You good? Hey.
That slipped.
I know we all mess up.
Oh,
That's
that's
just
That's
one.
fine.
There's actually seen not many people survive that word on here. That's just the most powerful one out of everyone. Out of all of them, you can get away with the white
Oh
tea
no, you're good.
other stuff, but that word I haven't seen nobody really hardly survive that one.
Hmm.
Maybe a couple of times, but they instantly, yeah, some people just drop just in case, cause that junk ain't no joke. I'm like, dang, they don't play with that word.
I
No, they
tried
don't.
to clean it up. I really didn't even try to finish. I don't even think I said the D of it, but it was like ah. The cold part about it is the actual definition is purposely not gaining any knowledge for your progression. So it's not even
Mm,
what people use it for. So I think that's the strangest part. It's been
yeah,
redefined.
Hmm.
Lesson learned.
It's all good. It happens. It's alright.
Expanded vocabulary starting today.
But no, you're good. Um, but no, I mean, I think going back to what I was talking to. I
good
mean,
morning. What you still doing up?
I'm looking for more, not necessarily solution-based things, but you know, I feel like finding a solution. Everybody's got those. Is people who can put that into practice now, right? So you found your solution, but what are you doing to put that in progress at this point? I think that's the important part, right? Because you see a lot of people on here who have all the answers to everything. Oh, your relationship not working, you got to do this. Oh, you feeling sad about this, you got to do that. This, that, and the third. But it's like, are you actually living that life that you got all these damn solutions to? Like, what are you doing in your everyday life to make that solution work, right? So it's not necessarily that I'm always looking for, especially going into 2024, that I care about solution-based people. I want to see people who are going to put it in. Who's putting in the work? Who's putting their money where their mouth is at this point. Your money ain't where your mouth is. I don't care about you.
Nowadays, they
You're
put
irrelevant
their
to me.
mouth
You
where
look
their
like
money is. Nowadays,
airport. That's just
Yeah,
what it is.
I
Like,
the way that I see it is like if you're in the middle and you're still just complaining and you haven't taken any steps, I can't see not one footprint behind you towards the edge of a
mhm,
solution in any direction, even if it's going backwards. I mean, give me something to go off of. Other than that, I gotta just drop it, drop you and it where it is because it's too heavy,
airport.
it's too expensive.
Yeah, exactly, CD. Like, that's the thing. You know what I mean? Like, when I'm up here and I'm talking, I'm like, yeah, it's this, it's that. It's like these are things that I practice in my everyday life, right? I practice mindfulness. I practice goals. I practice making sure that what I consume is more positive stuff and not all this negative shit. I practice these things every day. Every day. These aren't things that I'm just sitting here like, oh, I'm just gonna tell the internet this is what you have to do while I'm sitting over here and my life's in ruin. I practice these things
that is what you preach.
every fucking day. I practice what I preach. I will not preach it to you if it's something I cannot do.
Exactly. That's
Yeah,
fact.
I'm the same way.
But
I am
being
the
on
same.
here, I see the reverse. I see a lot of preaching, not a whole lot of doing.
Mm-hmm. One of the
No,
hardest things.
we gotta not judge. We need not to judge each other to be the most judgmental.
Mm.
Yeah, I recently had got tricked with my friend that I was talking about, where I thought we can build something together, and I'm looking at this person thinking that this is me where I want to be future self, especially with that front that
Mhm.
I was being faced with, and again, I was going in good faith, right? I'm not gonna assume the worst. I'm gonna assume that this is that what you're saying is what you're saying until I see differently. Then I realized I'm dealing with the old me. This is what, because I was sitting there trying to figure out, why do I get so irritated every time this person is sending me a message? And then it's like the message is the same.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying. So then when I said, or I asked, well, what have you done? What have you applied to get forward? It was crickets. Crickets. Like you don't have not one. You're overthinking, you're dealing
What
with
about this?
depression.
Yep,
Okay.
Yeah,
that's what it sounds like.
exactly. Exactly.
Right.
And then just like how CD was saying in the comments, like I give almost kind of what I'm expecting back. Like, this is what I am. This is who I am. This is what you're dealing with. There's no front. You know
Oh,
what I mean? And there's so many people
yeah.
that's faking it, that I think most people thinking that we faking it. And it's like, no, you're dealing with people that's actually applying it, that's doing it or has done it. And that's why I'm like, I have to take accountability. I've been carrying somebody for 6 months, trying to uplift and be the cheerleader and give all this good advice, and it could have been used on someone else that would
Mm-hmm.
apply it. So I can't even be mad at
Well,
that person. I had to check myself.
mm-hmm. Well, that's like the thing, right? Like, and I think there's a mixture as to why people do that. I think it's a mixture of, it's lip service. Well, I'm trying to be better. They ain't really trying.
Lip service.
Or it's a lot of projection. Oh, well, you're this and you're that, and you're doing this and this and this to me. I ain't doing any of those things to you. Nobody's sitting there. I'm not sitting here telling you need to consume negative content. I ain't over
No.
here telling you need to consume the TikTok drama and getting involved in that. I'm not telling
Mm-hmm.
anybody to sit here and don't work on yourself. You're fine just the way you are. I've never said those things. So at the end of the day, yeah, am I uplifting people when I'm sitting in these panels and I'm having these conversations? Yeah, I am. But that's the extent that I'm going to do it. Because again, I'm not going to waste my time getting frustrated trying to work with people on an individual level, on that level. If you're not ready to change, you're not gonna. And some people just need to be honest with that. I ain't ready to change. I'm not ready to undo the toxicity. I'm not ready to let that go. I'm scared of that. Let's start with having that conversation too. Okay, why are you scared? I feel like Kev did that all 2023 with majority of his questions, right? With these lives, these accountability lives, these bigger person lives. Is that not what you were doing, Kev? Well, why is it you can't do this? Okay, cool. Now we've established why you can't. Now, are you going to continue to hold that up, or are you going to drop it and move on? Because at the end of the day, you're just hurting yourself. You're hurting yourself.
Bro, why did that burn me every time I see that?
Because unfortunately, a lot of people would rather be thrown an anvil instead of a life raft because it gets them more attention.
That part. That's true. It does get them a lot more attention, and that's the thing, And it's just like I get it. Social media. Some people are just really on here for attention, and that's perfectly fine. But I'm not gonna be on here. You know what I mean? Again, you could be on here, pushing your need for attention. That's perfectly fine. That doesn't mean that I'm inclined to listen to it.
Yeah, I snuck in
Leave
that
me
room
alone,
y'all
some
was
BS.
in.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
call you
don't
back
say
when we
nothing.
on
Don't say
BS.
nothing. I snuck up in there with my backup account. Huh?
I was just saying, I will call BS out every damn time, and that's what you need to expect if you're on the internet. Again, there's no safe place. There's no such thing as a safe space. You're an idiot
Nah.
if you still think that. There's no such thing. Okay, that's been debunked. Okay, you're on the internet. Expect people are not going to be inclined to put up with your bad days. You're feeling a type of way. People are not inclined to having to put up with that shit. And I don't know who's lying to people saying that everybody else has to cater around their feelings. And now we have to care that you feel a type of way. Nobody cares that you feel a type of way. The question is, what's your solution to feeling that way, and what are you doing to change that? That's just my thing.
Right.
Yeah, people
And
get on this app and they be they dangerous with giving or volunteering information, and then when you try to just figure out what's going on for clarity, they will turn around and feel like you just attacked them. And it's like, wait, nobody even asked. Like, we got on this topic because you brought it up. You volunteered the information.
Right.
Oh no, you instantly getting blocked if you over here trauma dumping for no damn reason. If we over here having a conversation about balloons and you got a trauma dump about something, you getting blocked. I ain't even dealing with you. I don't care about what you have to say. I don't care about none of that. I am not your psychiatrist or your therapist. Go talk to your psychiatrist or therapist about that. The hell off the internet doing all that. You're doing too much. Go ahead.
well, not, but nowadays you can get a therapist online, so you can actually be on the internet talking about your problems. But one thing, like I've noticed nowadays, people want over consideration and negative attention over them. Just like, look, you, because like my ex sister-in-law, God rest her soul, she kept hooping and hollering about how she needed to lose weight. I gave her some tips that I use personally about just small little changes, and she actually applied them and got off probably like 14 to 15 different medications. So I understand when you say like, ain't no point wasting your breath for somebody who ain't gonna listen.
Mm-hmm.
And practicing what you preach.
Yeah. The results are the proof's in the pudding, essentially. So no. Like I said, I ain't worried about solution based people. Everybody's got solutions to everything. You know. What are you doing
Yeah.
to apply it? If you ain't doing shit, I ain't got time. I got other stuff to do.
Ooh, can I
I gotta
say?
go ahead.
Okay. Um. Oh yeah, I just wanted to answer the prompt. I didn't know if you were done speaking because I didn't want to interrupt you if you weren't.
Oh no, go ahead. I've just been I go on a
We've been
spew
freestyling over
sometimes.
here.
You good? We just freestyling. You good?
Oh, okay. I think like something that I'm tired of is having like that I see is like single parenthood, like having children out of wedlock. That's something
Mm.
I get tired of seeing. I'm not a parent at all, but I feel for the children because they're suffering. Like the only victims that I do see in situations like that are the children, while
Mm-hmm.
like the parents are playing the victim blaming instead of trying to figure out what's beneficial to raising that child in a healthy environment. Because like as they get older, that's why Gen Z is the way they are now. They grew up in toxic environment, and that they have never seen a healthy dynamic. And when they do see it, as you get older, you sponge up a lot of information, but when you start getting to your adulthood, you start getting set in your ways. So even when you do start seeing healthy dynamics, you're not used to that. So you start thinking that is unhealthy when what you are raised into is actually unhealthy, which prevents them from being productive members in society. And I kind of just wish people thought about that more before they decide to, lay down in the bed with someone. They didn't think about how they're going to fend for this child because children don't ask to come into this world. That's like one thing I'm tired of. And then I guess I'm tired of, and another thing I'm tired of is like the whole masculinity and femininity and like the 50-50 thing. Like, I'm kind of tired of like having to explain per se that men and women are not equal
Mm-hmm.
biologically, and how a lot of people they use feelings over facts and logics, and they would try to justify their wrongdoing or justify anecdotal reasons on why they believe their quote unquote like facts slash opinions should be like viewed as a fact and not just something that they feel or that they think. That's pretty much. I kind of wish we leave all that in 2023, especially I'm tired of arguing with people about femininity and masculinity and why men should be providers and why women should embrace their femininity without seeing as oppressive and submitting and all those things.
No, I guess that's how we can do this. Is it with each person that says what they tired about, you can try to say your solution, what you feel the solution to it is, and what other people feel like the solution is.
Okay, so the solution to the first issue I said was just vetting people properly, like especially making sure that you know what you sign up for. If you know you sleeping, don't sleep with someone that you don't know could be a potential that you are that you're unsure if they're a potential father figure fit or mother figure fit. Like be protected when you sleep around. I do advise waiting to marriage because I'm abstinent to marriage and it helps a lot. But if people don't believe in that, just be aware who you sleep with and have plans just in case something does go wrong. The second solution is just I wish people would just start logically, like think logically and not so much with their emotions, even if it does not sit right with them. Sometimes you have to realize, okay, I don't like how it feels, but I know this is correct. And how do I address this or change this so that we could be a better society? Because I kind of missed the whole class where, you didn't see women with Ashawu clothing or 304 clothing attire. And I kind of missed when gentlemen were actually gentlemen and believed in chivalry and believed in doing that masculine role without having a rebuttal on why they shouldn't be the role that they are. But it comes from home training, that's where
Mhm.
it starts.
Did you had a lot of brothers or something?
Did I have a lot of brothers? No, I had a father. I have a
Okay. So
um
he was. I could tell. I could see because he was. Yeah, I could tell you got the toughness, and you talking like, yeah, I get you. I feel it now. There you go. We need more of that. I feel that way too, man. There's so many people so sensitive and stuff. What's y'all
I ain't
take
trying
on
to
that?
butcher your
What y'all
name,
say
but
the solution to her tire?
I agree with her.
I'm trying to figure.
I agree with everything she just said. That's one thing I'm tired of is people having selective reasoning when it comes to applying logic and ideology. If it fits over here, the narrative, and you can apply the logic over here, how can you not understand with the same circumstances on this side that you should probably apply that same logic on that side? And I feel like the solution is maybe to broaden your perspective. Before you apply a logic or an ideology to anything, understand how it will shape and affect all parties. And
Mm-hmm.
because I feel like a lot of people are applying ideologies based off of their own personal interests, right? For instance, I don't know if nobody gonna get mad about this, but oh well. You know what I'm saying? One that I see is you can apply the logic of my body, my choice when it comes to after conceiving a child, but you cannot apply that same logic to when you laying down with a person. That shit is weird to me. If it's your body, your choice, after you conceive a child, it was your body, your choice before you even laid down with the person. And you probably should have had the same principles that you set in place after of you trying to hold everybody accountable before you laid down with this person, right? Maybe say, okay, I'm the gatekeeper to my womb. So because I'm the gatekeeper to my womb, and I understand if this is consensual coitus, then this person cannot sleep with me without a condom. And then after that, I have an option of taking a plan B or whatever this option is. Explore those things before you say, I'm just gonna freely allow somebody to sleep with me unprotected, and then whatever happens after that, now I have complete autonomy over my body. That's just one thing. You know what I'm saying? Same thing with dudes. You know what I'm saying? When you apply the logic about
No,
protecting
women
your
don't. Here we
resources,
go. We got one. Go.
I just got to keep it 100. When you apply the logic about protecting your resources, your resources are your responsibility. So you cannot then get into a relationship with somebody who is trying to access your resources without providing anything and be upset that they have access to your resources. Apply the same logics that you hold on this side to that side. That's my main thing. And so I agree with what she said 100%.
She she ain't hear anything you said down there. That's crazy. You literally, that's the first thing you said is you're not talking about essay, and then she, well, you don't know essay is a thing.
Yeah,
But
nobody's talking about SA. We're talking about
so
consensual
that's what I said.
relations. If you
We're
have a
talking about
consensual relation,
consensual.
It's not consensual. If this guy, if you said he can't sleep with you without using protection, and he does sleep with you without using protection, that is a form of SA, and you can take him to court for that. Outside of that, though, because we know that's not what's predominantly happening. What's predominantly happening is you are allowing a person to sleep with you without
Right.
protection, and then after that, the consequences of this now is my body, my choice. And then if anybody is talking about whether or not women should have abortions or any of this shit, they're trying to take autonomy of your body. Why did you not have that same logic beforehand? It was always your body, your choice. Before he laid you down, before he went in you raw, it was your body, your choice.
You
Okay.
know, I'm about to make a. I guess that's gonna stir the pot. Somebody asked the question though, which make a lot of sense. Well, somebody said this though. It was funny though. When was the last time you heard people use "my body's my temple"?
My body, my choice.
No, my body is my
No.
temple.
No,
I
they
said that
wouldn't apply
yesterday.
my
Oh,
body,
you
my
talking
It's
temple.
about
been a minute.
talking
See,
about
my
the
body, my
temple?
temple applies.
2017 maybe.
Yeah,
Dick.
because that applies to
Okay.
both sides. You can't say my body, my temple while unprotecting your temple. So nobody's
Exactly.
gonna say my body, my temple. They're gonna say my body, my choice, because they want to.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So that's what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying. But on all aspects, that
I'm gonna
was
look
just
that up. I'm gonna make that a topic though.
right. That was just an example. But it's a lot of people who have selective logic placement. Right. I'm just gonna apply this logic here, and then you telling them like, hey, yo. Another thing that I'm tired of too, when people give examples or they give comparisons, stop trying to make the comparison literal. Okay. Can we leave that shit in 2023? When a person is like, okay, I'm gonna give you an example. If you were buying, oh my God, you trying to compare me to a house? No, bitch.
Oh
This is
my.
called this is called an analogy. Okay. And inside of analogies,
It's
there
called
are
being lost
variables
in
that match
semantics.
up, but the whole entire variables don't match up. And that's why I'm giving you the analogy, because I'm trying to cross relate this thing to you. Can we please leave that shit in 2023? If you see
Thanks.
somebody make a comparison that is an analogy, it is not a literal comparison. Okay, nobody's comparing you to a house or a car. They're comparing the variables, okay, the circumstances in which these things operate. Please leave that in 2023. You can't even have an effective, intelligent conversation if you do that every time.
Can we leave body count, because clearly people, can we leave body count matter in 2023 too? Because people are not understanding that body count do matter, and we're just having pointless arguments about why
I get
having
you. I get you.
high body counts like is okay. Like people are promoting that, and can we leave body positivity in 2023 too? Like let's stop promoting obesity. Nothing's cute about that. Nothing's healthy about that. It leads to health. It shortens your lifespan, and it carries on to your children. I think we just need to leave a lot in 2023.
Can I give a solution to
Narcissism.
that?
Narcissism. Let's leave that one too. I forgot. That just
Can
came
I
up.
can I give
Oh,
a
I was about to
solution to
start
what you
screaming, but I
just said
forgot that's another
about
word.
body count? A solution to that is for everyone as an adult to understand what you project and what other people accept, you have no control over. Okay. Whether it be the majority, whether it be the minority, whether it be an anecdotal experience, what you project is only a display. Okay, it's only a show. It's only a projection. How a person receives that, you have no fucking control over. So if people are telling you we don't receive that, you either align with the prerequisites of what they're saying or you move the fuck on. That's what body count, that's what body positivity. Nobody has to accept what the fuck you're giving if they don't believe in that principle. And that's why body count matters, because people are telling you, I identify with whether or not your body count allows me to accept you as a partner, as a friend, as whatever the fuck, even as a job. The circumstances of what you
So
provide them, that's why you give them a resume. If they look at your resume and they say, hey, you don't got enough experience for us, or the kind of experience that you have don't match up with us, you can't tell them a resume don't fucking matter. You just ain't gonna get hired.
Mm.
Bam,
That's just how the fuck it is.
how you gonna hold on, Bam. How you gonna compare me to a resume though, bro?
See, thank you. That was the That was a perfect example. That's what I'm saying. Look, we got to leave that shit in the past. But see, people. What's funny is people will 100% do that. How you compare me to a job? A job don't have no, bitch. I'm not comparing you to a job. What I'm comparing you to, I'm
How you
not
gonna
comparing you
compare me to a
to
resume?
right. I'm comparing the circumstances of selection right now. That's what this analogy
Hey,
is. It ain't got shit to do with you. It got
Mm.
hey,
everything
AJ.
with selection.
Hmm.
If somebody, okay, you're working at a car dealership, somebody come in and tell me they want a 2024 and they got a 19 for a credit score, you gonna tell them to go on by their business,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah.
Of
Same
course.
logic.
Or you gonna say, or are you gonna say, hey
Oh
man,
yeah.
credit don't really matter. My credit score don't really matter. Okay, the score don't matter to you, and bitch, that's probably why you got a 19. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I do have
Well,
a
I
question,
think
like
at the end of the day,
realistically.
oh, go ahead.
Like when you think about that question, are we factoring in the ages that we are and then
oh,
the
What do you
expectation?
mean?
And again, like if every like I'm
Yeah, I
close to
think that is a
40.
factor.
are you talking about like a body count when we were talking about body count?
Yeah.
Well, we're
Yes. It's
factoring
like
in the
when
fact
you
that at a certain age, you have to be, your maturity should select, it should present, right? That should be a factor as well. So when we're talking about the age, you shouldn't now, okay, I'm gonna give you an example. From 21 to 25, right? If you accumulate 10 bodies, you should have matured at 25. So you don't get another free 10 bodies. So you don't say, oh, they 40. So if they got 40 bodies, no, at 40, if you have 40 bodies, that means after 25, you still didn't fucking mature. And if you still didn't fucking mature from 25, I probably don't want to be in a relationship with your stupid ass. Cause you doing the same shit you was doing when you was 25. So age don't even fucking matter. Where did your maturity come?
Right.
Well, true. But
It's not
I
mature
think
to
at the
be
end of the day,
sexually undisciplined.
I agree. But I think like I think at the end of the day, it all speaks to the same thing, right? If you're gonna be an adult, then you have to be prepared for the adult consequences, sex included. So if you're over here having unprotected sex with people and you're gonna produce these babies, you have to deal with the responsibility of that as a whole. And that's not what tends to happen a lot of the time. Right? What you see is you see a lot of people with these kids and then they're pawning them off on grandparents, pawning them off on friends. These kids are losing out at the end of the day in just their own upbringing and their own value structure. Now, as far as like, understanding body count on a different degree, right? Like I'm 32, right? And I'm no mean somebody who waited till marriage. I didn't do any of that. But to me, yes, I think after a certain point, if you're say 32 and you have 32 bodies, like that's a bit weird, right? That's a bit excessive at 32, right? That is very excessive. Now, if it's like, oh, I have like three or four, okay, fine, whatever. That's a little bit more acceptable depending on the value system of that person, right? But again, you have to be able to mature in that way in order for that to do anything. You know what I mean? You can't just be out here being reckless and stupid, just sleeping with whoever, however, and giving that up like as a handshake, which
Right.
for a while there, a lot of y'all was doing.
And you got to understand also that everybody who's grading you is not mature as well, right? So to a mature man, this is how this factors in, right? If you tell a man, okay, first of all, nobody's asking you your body count literally, right? But if you tell a man, okay, I got 30 bodies, okay, or 20, let's say 20, I got 20 bodies,
Hmm.
right? However, I've been married for the last 10 years. And for the last 10 years, I've only slept with one person. That is going to factor in different than you saying, I got
Very
30
much.
bodies and I've just continuously accumulated these bodies for the last 10 years. That's a totally different thing because you have been consistently undisciplined. Whereas you had a phase when you were younger, which most people will understand, to where you were being free with your body and you were trying to understand yourself. But for the last 10 years into your 30s, you have been a disciplined person. You got married and then you settled the
Yep.
fuck down. That's gonna factor in different to a mature man. Now, an
You
immature
gotta
man, he
understand
just gonna
yourself
hear the
after
number and he gonna get
29.
freaked out.
I'm on
Yeah,
105.
but
I think I
no.
understand myself.
But that's like the thing that
But
I'm
the
saying
thing
though.
is,
Like after
you
a certain
understand your
point,
body.
But I feel like after a certain point, like, I agree with Bam 100%. But I mean, as far as the body count conversation, I really do feel like that needs to be left in 2023. People are never going to see eye to eye on that. It's wasted points, wasted time talking about it, right? And to be honest with you, in real life, nobody's ever asked me that except for when I've gone on TikTok. It's the only time people see, and it's not even people who I'm like that need to know that. Like, it's so weird.
It
Like,
ain't asking though,
leave that in 2023.
even
What's
without
that?
asking. Men know without you asking. I'm gonna tell you this right now.
That's
Men are
that's
not gonna
that's what I'm saying.
typically mature men are not gonna say, "Hey, what's your body count?"
Nah.
However, if
No,
we
don't be
continuously enter
slow.
into rooms to where you have slept with multiple people, or every time we go somewhere, is one of your exes in here or somebody that you slept with, and it's uncomfortable all the time, I'm gonna start to deduce that, hey man, you've been around a lot. I don't even need to know the number. You're presenting to me circumstances that would allow me to understand you have a high body count. And also, I'm understanding that this is going to affect me because unless we're going to move out of this fucking city, a lot of the places that I'm going to go, there are going to be men who have had your body and they're going to know exactly how my woman coochie feel. And a lot of dudes don't like to feel that way, right? A lot of dudes don't like to feel everywhere I go, my girl has slept with a dude. So if you have been that free with your fucking body, understand that him asking you your body count is not the only way he's going to deduce that you have a high body count. Let's
Oh, you
leave
do?
that
You know
in
him too?
2023 too.
That's all right.
You see what I'm saying?
Oh,
Oh,
I
that's just your
agree with
I
friend,
you
mean,
huh?
I hear
there.
you, but like I
oh,
said, for
you
me, I've
brother.
never been
Oh,
asked that
Andrew
in real
did.
life.
Hmm? What you say?
For a lot of dudes, we more or less looking like, is this a phase or is this something you
Oh,
keep
she got a leg. That's why.
going and doing?
Exactly, brother. It's the same way if you got a job, if you go apply to a job and you tell them, hey, I got 3 felonies. Now, if you say I got 3 felonies when I was 18, that's gonna make a different factor. If you 32, then you say, hey, I got 3 felonies and I've acquired these 3 felonies over the last 10 years. I've got a felony every 5 years or every 3 years. Now they're gonna be looking at you like this is a repetitive thing. This is something that also you have not dealt with. So in order for us to align ourselves with you, that means we're gonna have to take on the responsibility of whether or not you're gonna be reckless still in your present nature. Nobody want to deal with a reckless person who is presently reckless. Okay, that's what your body count says about you.
I like the way you broke that down because you made it make sense. No, it's not how everybody else is saying it, where it's like, no, it matters. It's like, yes, it matters, but I think the timing matters more because again, people experiment. I'm not one of these people, but and I've never been asked this question, but I do see a pattern with promiscuous women. It's not
Mm-hmm.
hard to tell that this lady has a high body count without asking. There are people like it's very obvious.
How do you tell? I'm curious. I just don't. I just want to know.
How do you tell? Okay, one of the
There's
dead
there's
giveaways.
all
I
Like
think
sorts
how?
of ways you
Tatiana
can
was
tell.
talking.
I mean, you could tell by the way somebody carries himself.
I think
Oh,
Tatiana
either.
got a light voice. I think she was talking.
I know she'd asked a question.
Yeah, she the one who asked the question. How do you tell? And
She
what's
asked a
the
question.
Oh,
yeah? For
I
men, I
can't even
think
hardly
it's a
hear.
lot of your actions, right? It's the way you receive things. It's the way you act around people. Because you got to understand when you have a high body count, and people like to deduce this myth,
She must got a high body count in that
even though it's
thing.
been psychological studies on
Yeah.
this, you
Asking, what's
receive
the
a
pattern?
person's energy, and a person is teaching you
See?
every time you're with them, right? So if you are very,
No, in the
very comfortable,
comments.
Wow.
what you say, bro?
No, I was talking out. I said that one chick must got a high body count. One question she asking in the comments.
Who, Britt?
Whoever that was.
Nah, I think she's just trying to figure out, you know what I'm saying, how men know, and it's like your comfortability level. Number one, when you find a woman that is very, very comfortable around a lot of men or inside of environments where there are high sexual tensions with men, a lot of times that will explain that she has a high body count. Now, that's something I ain't even got to ask. That's something I can deduce by just watching you. You know what I'm saying? We in the club or we around my homeboys or just when you maneuver out in the street. Women who like would just leave the house without they dude. And I'm really giving a lot of game right now. I don't know if I should be giving y'all, but I'm just gonna keep
Boy,
it
y'all
100
just
with
talked
you.
about the right topic. You about to get a bunch of walls in here now. It's
I'm
over.
just saying, a lot of women Keep it 100. And the men in here, y'all can correct me if I'm wrong. A lot of women who don't have high body counts, when they leave the house and they got a dude, they want their dude to go with them. You know what I'm saying? Because they don't even really trust the world like that. So the woman that just leave the house and she don't even need a dude with her. She'll just go
Ouch.
here and there. Hey, where you at? Oh, I'm with my homeboys, or I'm out of the club just by herself. That'll be another dead giveaway that you have a high body count. And a
Ouch.
final way we will know you have a high body count is then when a lot of people know you. A lot of dudes who also have high body
Hey,
counts know
friend.
who you are. You see what I'm saying? We know the dudes who have high body counts, who just promiscuous dudes. So if they promiscuous and they know
Snooky,
you,
what's good?
we know you move in them kind of circles.
But
Yeah. I
hey,
just had to tell my
So
friend
I'm gonna
that
agree with you
hold
up
on,
to a
this
y'all.
point or
Hold
girl
not.
on, y'all.
had
Pause the live. Hold up. Pause real quick. We got 15 people in here. I need y'all to tap the screen if you are in the comments. If you are in the boxes, please do not tap the screen. I need you to hit hashtag FYP in the comments. Again, we can agree to disagree. Keep it respectful. If you cannot abide by these rules, you ain't gotta go home, but you ain't gotta stay here. So let's keep it going. Let's go, everybody. I don't know who's getting ready to
I
speak, but
just
go
had
ahead.
to explain this to one of my partners. I was like, he was telling me about this girl that he likes, and like they're kind of dating, and she was at a barbecue. He wasn't with her, but based on social media, he knew that one of his friends was there. So he was like, yeah, my homeboy's there. Mind you, this girl doesn't really know his friends or anything. This girl went out and figured out who his friend was and then introduced herself to him. And I was like, yo, what kind, like how comfortable is she to just like go up to men and then like introduce herself in a manner in a public place? Like you're supposed to be her guy. You're the guy's not even here, but she's all up in his face. Like you gotta watch her. Cause normal moving women won't do that.
That's a
Because
fact.
like Chef said, we prefer for the man to be with us. Like AJ was saying, she can go out in some sweatpants or booty shorts. She can go out in sweatpants and still pull a guy if that's what she wanted to do. So she doesn't have to wear the booty shorts. She would rather be covered. So a lot of us don't want to go to the club in no dress without our dudes being there. We don't want to feel like we're prey. But you set yourself on a trap just because there's guys in the room. That shows a lot.
Man, when she go out and all of the people who she know is like promoters and fucking DJs and shit, that's another red flag. Promoters be thoughts. You know, keep it 100.
Wow.
We,
Oh,
we
it's
pay attention to
you,
the kind
Shay
of men who
Shay.
know you.
Bro,
The kind of men who know you, bro. If they always dudes who know a lot of women, your ass might have been on a club flyer before. I'm just gonna keep it 100, bro. Make sure that if all the dudes who oh what's up, shorty, and hugging her shit in the club, Drake had this in line. We know that kind of hug when the dude hug you and he done slept with you before, but you ain't gonna say nothing. And he ain't gonna say nothing. Men know that shit, bro.
Yeah,
So
look at the way they look at each other eyes.
every time we go somewhere, the dude who is in charge of bringing the girls to the club know you. Oh yeah,
You
you,
know,
you
one thing I noticed though, I think I noticed the people that don't care about. I guess we said body count too many times, so we about to get all type of people here. That's crazy, but that's it be the ones that already have a high body count, especially the men, right? That just don't care. Oh, I don't care about that. They jump be off the roof anyways. They already got a bunch of people and they just be looking for sex for the most part. But you never notice that most of the people that don't care is the ones that really looking for marriage. That's
please
one thing I
promoter, bro.
noticed.
Most of the
It
dudes who don't care that be club promoters and they be DJs, dog. Don't you?
You ain't lying
like
about that, man.
Hey,
here's
you
Yo,
gotta
yo,
watch
yo, yo,
here's
club.
yo,
my
yo, yo.
point.
Right, you gotta
Big
watch
damn,
them club owners too, bro.
he also got a point on that hug. Because if you pay attention to how men hug, they
Mhm.
don't they don't come in with their chest fully. They always want to give you that little side hug. So whenever there's like full blown, like almost chest to chest, like with no type of space at all, it's something there. It's something there.
If he
Because you're
comes around
protecting
her
your heart.
waist,
Men are usually protecting their hearts. You know what I'm saying? So when you think about I'm letting you this close to me, and then it's in public so people could see and all the stuff. Is like, those are statement moves. Like when you start reading body language, it's not hard to tell what's going on. It's how you can tell people be dealing with each other even when they trying to hide it.
Mm.
Man, listen, the arm around the lower back, dead giveaway. That dude done hit your girl, bro. He either done hit her or he gon' hit her, bro. I'm telling you, if a dude hug your girl
Facts.
and his arm go around her lower back, it's over with, dog. You know what
Oh,
I'm
I
saying?
remember this spot.
That's what I'm saying. So women don't think we pay attention to shit like this, and we really do. We see that kind of shit, bro. Club owners,
Yeah.
club promoters, the goddamn the most popular dudes everywhere we go, you always know them, and then they hugging you full chest to chest. Like, we ain't playing these games. We ain't got to ask you what your body count is. I already know.
Facts. Facts.
Hey, bam. I got into an argument with an ex, and based off perception of certain things, because I did security in a whole lot of places, so I got to know a whole lot of people. And I'm sitting here looking at her like, no. Like, what's wrong with you? Your face all scrunched up. Did you? No. Well, how come every time we go somewhere, they saying something to you? Because I know people.
Bro,
Like, come on now. In fact, I even asked her, like, straight up, when do I have time to sleep around?
man, that's half
Like,
of your job, bro.
you know what I'm
Listen,
saying? Like,
I work in nightlife. The security have to
If
be
you
able to
gotta
watch the
ask my
body
body
language.
count, keep walking.
They got to be able to watch body language more than anybody. I gotta know if this dude right here pulling up his pants is pulling up his pants because he about to get into an altercation with a dude. Because I might have to make some moves around this motherfucker. I might have to put somebody out the club. So if you have ever been a club security man, reading body language is like your second nature, bro. I
and I'm
really
proud
guarantee
military
you.
too, so yeah, I watch how people, even down to like micro expressions.
What did he say? I was trying to see what he said. Was he talking about the topic that he hated, or it was some random stuff?
No, he was talking about the topic.
That's why I was wondering. Was he talking about the topic, or was
Because
he? I didn't know
He's
he
like,
got blocked too fast.
I'm tired of
there's
this, I'm
been
tired of
times where
that, I'm
I've
tired
been
of
offered
that.
the situation, but I never like jumped on it.
Well,
Cause like I got a woman
yeah,
at the house.
nah, that Kev was again. I don't. Were they talking about the topic or not? Like, ain't nobody in there was talking about what the hell that dude was talking about in the comments. So that's the rhetoric you spewing.
Oh, the
See you
So
later. Catch a
context,
flight.
proper context. I see you,
Yeah, bro
AJ.
was
I see you.
tweaking. I
Thanks. Read the
Go
room.
ahead, Brett.
Go
I
ahead.
think Brett, she ain't said nothing in a minute.
Yeah. You
yeah,
guys sound like you guys are like you guys are on a witch hunt.
AI.
Like all the weird stuff that you guys are saying
No, it's just
that
shit
might
we
be
pay
an
attention to.
indicator that a person has a high body count. Are y'all for real? Like, how old are you guys?
Ma'am, listen, this is what you don't understand. Men have what we call situational awareness, right? This is the same instinct that tells a dude when we go into a club, we go into a restaurant, I'm gonna sit facing the door so that I can see who's coming in. These are tactics for me to understand whether or not I need to guard myself around this person or not. Because, like she said, men are always in a protective mode. So again, another dead giveaway, right? When you're taking a girl out for the first time, or for the first couple times, and she always gotta know where you going, or she asking you about the spot and times and shit like that, it's because she needs to be able to gauge whether or not the people that she knows is gonna be there, or a dude that she frequents is gonna be there, right? People do a lot of psychological dead giveaways, especially when it comes to body language and when it comes to being intuitive, that they don't even understand. But when you understand psychology, you know that shit. So it ain't nothing to where you like, well, I'm on a witch hunt. It's just shit that you pay attention to.
I
And you
literally wrote
and then you
what's
able to
I
select the
literally
pattern.
wrote what's the pattern, and he's like, "Yo, she must have a high body count." Are y'all for real?
Mm.
I didn't say that though.
Yeah,
Well,
I
it
know
must
you
be
didn't
true
say
then. You
that,
got
but
that
it's
boy
like
still marinating in
that's
your
how
brain, don't you?
fickle it is. What?
Gotta be true then if you still got it marinating in your brain. Because if it wasn't, why you
Yeah,
worried?
I have a super high body count. I have like 50 bodies. Now what?
Okay, cool. Then be proud. You know what I'm
Yeah, I'm
saying? Do
super
your
proud.
thing.
Now what?
So
But Britt, when I
okay.
that's what
start
you
getting
came up here for? What the
Yeah, I
heck?
came up here to
You have
say
to
I have
prove this,
50
prove to
bodies.
the world that you
60
ain't got
bodies.
it
Hey,
for free.
hey,
Now
Miss
what?
Britt, let me ask you a
That's
question.
funny.
What?
You know,
Would you intentionally like lay down, have unprotected, sex with a dude that you know, and mess with like 30 or 40 different women in the past month?
people be funny.
You said, oh, would I intentionally do that?
Yeah, he told you,
No,
look,
I
and he can
wouldn't
show you.
intentionally do that
Why not?
because that's just not a person that I
You
would
just say
want
you got
to
50.
be with.
50 in 5 years,
Clearly,
30
I'm
or 30 in 1
trolling.
month.
I didn't know
Come
that I
on
have to
now.
just, but I get it. You guys are the type of person that if I go and I say, what's the pattern? Oh my God, she has a high body count. So I guess I have to
Bro, I
verbally
must have
tell you
hit
that
you hard on
I was
that one,
being
boy. You ain't gonna let
sarcastic.
that
It's like
go.
at 50 bodies. Like, what is wrong with y'all?
Again, I didn't
My
even
bad for triggering you. I'm sorry.
I didn't even make that deduction. I
Because
just
it's
started showing
like,
you the pattern.
I guess
I
like I have a
take it
low
back.
tolerance for
I read
stupidity.
it wrong. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay.
What? You
You didn't
supposed to
hear
say that to
me?
yourself?
Is
What the
my mic
heck?
isn't working?
Man, listen, I don't even know. I feel like this is kind
Well,
of
I bought.
derailing what we were talking about. But again,
I
the
don't know,
person
right? It
who you
wasn't
asked the
worth it. It's
question,
wasting our
I
time.
answered the question. I
We came
answered
out
the
here to
question
prove
whether I
Big
ourselves.
Dan, I didn't realize that you were like a misogynist like this.
how is that, how
I
is
thought
me.
you were more intelligent than this.
First of all, how is me giving examples of how you can tell? And these are psychological patterns as well. It's
Because
the same thing.
I know a girl, like I've known her since she was 19, who's been like
Look at God. Oh, dang.
You said what?
voluptuous and had big titties, big ass, like natural, gorgeous girl who wears like suggestive clothing that what you might consider suggestive, and she's probably only had sex with 2 people at the
But
most.
did I say that in one of the patterns? I didn't say that in any of the patterns at all. I didn't even say nothing about how they dress. I said how they engage, their comfortability level. This same girl who you talking about, because a lot of women who dress provocatively, even when they go into certain scenarios and when they go into certain environments, they're very standoffish with men because they look at men like Sweetest just said as a possible somebody who's going to target them. They don't like to be a target. So when you have a person who also dress provocatively and they also engage with random men and they're comfortable just being around men, that can be an indicator, right? Again, no, who this woman aligns herself with. So if you go in the clubs, and every club, the promoter, the guy who is in charge of bringing women to the club, right? Because that's what a promoter's job is. She knows all of them. That is a clear indicator that she is probably somebody who has a high body count, or she moves with women who have a high body count. Who their friends are is another indicator. If all of your friends is thotty bodies and they the known thotty bodies in the city, and all of the club owners done hit them, and all of the promoters done hit them, 9 times out of 10, before I was with you, you moved in that same circle and you did the same things. I'm just giving men and women cues on how to pick up if you are projecting this kind of energy, and if a woman you're dealing with is projecting this kind of energy, and how to identify that shit. I ain't say nothing about a girl dressing provocatively at
So
all.
if I'm friends with like sex workers, I'm a sex worker too.
No, I didn't say that. But people don't typically align themselves with people who
These are
follow
so repetitive,
ideologies and
dog.
live lifestyles
They like
they don't
clones.
agree with and they
They
don't
like,
feel comfortable with. So,
Britt, can I ask you a question when he's done?
yeah,
That's what I
sure.
said. I could tell off comments of when somebody is just
all
Because
right,
don't
I
I,
agree or something like that. It'll
we
be
know that
funny.
we've all
It's
heard
okay.
birds of a feather flock together. We didn't say birds of a feather are the same bird, but birds of a feather do flock together. That means in circumstances, when you are with a lot of sex workers, right, you will tend to pick up their thought processes. You will tend to pick up their ideologies. You will tend to pick up their ways of life, right? That's why they say if you lay down with dogs, you'll get up with fleas. That's the same ideology. So no, that don't mean you a sex worker, but it does mean that you align with the ideologies of sex workers, and that's why you're comfortable being around a lot of them.
Britt, have you heard of
24,
the
let's
term
go.
show me your friends and I'll show you your future? These sayings are around for a reason.
I mean, I doubt it. I
You
doubt it. I mean, I could be friends with anyone though. I'm just not that. I'm not judgmental. I mean, unless I think that you have like really shitty morals, like you're a bad person, like maybe you're sleeping around with people's husbands or wives or something, or like you're unaliver or something.
Do you think sex workers sleep with people's husbands?
Um, Well, I guess they can't
Yes, they
possibly
do. You don't
know.
even got to
I
answer
guess they
that.
can't
Yes.
possibly know like the
Yeah,
status
they
of a
do.
person they sleep with.
Most of the people, if you talk to a sex worker, most of the customers that they
And
have
how to get
are
numbers?
usually
Just say
married.
body count 50 times.
That's what I'm saying. And not only that, it's like we're not saying if you have an eclectic group of friends. So right, one of your
Mm.
friends does this, and then one of your we're saying if you align yourself predominantly, you align yourself with people you feel comfortable with. If all of your friends are sex workers, that means you feel comfortable around people who have the energy of sex workers. You feel comfortable in that setting. If you feel comfortable in that setting, a lot of times that's also how you rationalize things, right? So your rationale of a sex worker is not going to provide you to be a good person to be in a relationship with, okay? Because a lot of your thought processes are going to be transactional. Do you understand what I'm saying? Now, this is psychology. You're going to have a
No,
very transactional psychology.
no.
Yes, that's how that works.
Okay.
You can't argue science. That's literally
Yeah,
a
yeah, for
psychological
sure. It's
fact.
science. You went to school for like, what'd you go to school for?
Yes, I study. First of all, I have a culinary degree. That don't matter. I'm a student of
Oh,
psychology. Every degree that
okay.
a person gets, that don't mean that's the only thing they studied. I want us to get away from that shit too. So if you don't have a psychology degree, doesn't mean you didn't study psychology. That's not how real colleges work. You can study several different things, but get a master's or a major in one. That's number one. Number two, if you
Wow.
do study psychology, you'll understand that the people that you align yourself most with, you will become the most alike. That's a principle of psychology.
No, I think I'm an individual and I can think for myself.
Yeah, that's
So
right.
You can believe
who
that if
I'm
you
cool
want
with
to.
doesn't
Damn, it look
affect
like you about to
who I
lose some
am.
friends tonight. Everybody look like, damn, in here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't care about that. I'm just saying, you can believe that shit if you want to, man. But you could also look it up.
It's literally cooking.
It's free
Yeah,
to look
Hey,
that
no,
shit
yeah,
up.
you
I
guys are
mean,
so bright.
I don't, I guess, I mean, like, I'm not finna go hang around red pillars if I don't believe in red pill ideas. You know, I'm just not finna go do that because they gonna start talking about stuff that I don't believe in. You know, just
And
like I'm a father. I'm not finna go hang around men that don't take care of their kids because that's just not how I'm
Right.
rocking. That
because you'll adopt
conversation.
their rationales. It'll start to rub off, and you'll start to rationalize things the way they rationalize things.
Right.
That's just how that works.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I ain't saying you ain't no individual. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying that you only hang around like-minded people. I'm not saying
That's not
I don't
true.
I don't.
Nobody that I hang around is similar to me. I can
So
be cool with
so
anybody. I don't just hang around
I
people
feel you.
like
No, no, I get what you're
specifically because of
saying.
things like that.
I'm not here to bring you down at all, Queen.
Oh,
But
I don't
yeah,
feel brought down at all.
oh,
I was just
okay,
annoyed.
all
Like
right.
he annoyed me, and I came up and I was gonna curse him out. But then I saw this girl that I saw
Got one,
recently, and I was
coach.
like, let me chill.
Well,
I was like, let me
I
chill.
feel
Why
you.
do you
Like,
think they
wait.
don't teach like history in science class? Because like literally they don't teach history in science class because everybody in this class needs to be thinking on the same accord because they're all going to be indoctrinated with the same information. Like
Okay,
it's
he came to a
literally it's the
comparison with
same. It's
history and science. I like that. Go ahead,
I mean,
Ro.
it's just it's
There's a lot
literally
going
for
on,
that
Lloyd.
exact reason. It's the same reason that certain colleges have specific courses of study. It's because everybody in this school, this is a school where you learn medicine, right? You have medical colleges. Everybody in this school, this college is medical based because I understand if I have people in this college who have totally different majors, when they communicate, a lot of times the rationale will be different, right? So you'll start to adopt these principles. It's the same reason why your mama say, "Hey man, pay attention to who your friends is," because she sees the subtle differences. You don't. You was raised in a middle class environment, but you start to pick up the habits of somebody in the hood because you are around hood dudes 24/7. Because that's the friends you choose to align with. So you start coming in and you start eating different shit. Now you eat noodles. When the fuck have I ever fed you noodles, nigga? What you know what I'm saying? Like it's subtle shit like that. You
If
start to pick
anything,
up
I used to
flavors
be
from
the
things.
influence on my friends, good or
Are
bad.
you Are you trying to be
Nice.
the you trying to be the good influence? You
So
trying to change them?
No, I'm not trying
hold
to
up.
change them, but I'm a feminist and I feel bad. Like a lot of people who fall into sex
Say
work,
less.
it's either they were, M'd as a child or they experienced like SA,
Come.
and there's like a
Oh,
lot of trauma associated with it. So
so
I'm not gonna sit there and
your empathy
It
draws
came
you to
out sweet.
them.
So hold up. We
Hold up.
got 28 people. God damn it. We got 28 people on this live. Please tap the screen, share out the live, continue the conversation. Um, Hearing all these different perspectives. So let's continue. Please remember to be respectful in the live. You don't gotta stay. You don't gotta go home. You ain't gotta stay here. It's very simple. Let's keep it going. I think Britt, you were talking. Go ahead and continue.
all right, I pretty much finished it. Like a lot of women that fall into S work, they've been through some type of trauma or multiple traumas.
Hey, mute up,
So
Dorian, bro.
so does your
Is your
empathy
empathy for their
draw you
trauma?
to these crowds of people?
You said, does my empathy what? I'm sorry.
I said you do
Does it?
understand your empathy for their trauma would not negate the influence of their trauma patterns and their trauma habits, because you can understand with trauma comes trauma responses, comes trigger responses, comes defense mechanisms, and those are the things that will influence you, and those are the things that you will pick up. You will not pick up their trauma. You'll see their trauma and you can empathize with it, but if you position yourself around people who all have the same trauma, a lot of times you'll pick up their trigger and trauma responses as well. So you'll be a person who is not SA, right? But you will conduct yourself the way a person who has been essayed, because you position yourself around them the same way as,
How does a
again, I'll give you
person
the
that's
same example.
been
A guy who is middle class, when he moves to the hood, right, he'll start to rationalize things the way these hood dudes do. He ain't never had to sell a drug a day in his life, or a narcotic, right? A substance, let's say substance, so we don't get flagged, right? But he'll start to rationalize why people sell substances. Okay, he can empathize with that dude and say, "Ma, you don't understand. He only sell this because he got to." But next thing you know, he doing it. Or next thing you know, all of these, the rationales are implemented in his way of thought. Now he's functioning in survival when he was raised in love.
Big
That's
man,
a very
I thought you studied culinary.
Eh, we already talked about this, Dorian.
No, I
Why
mean,
you backtracking?
Who
no,
said that? He's funny.
I
Bro
thought
was
you
half
studied culinary.
listening. Heck, that's the
So
first thing come out his lips. That's
I'm
crazy.
having trouble
What are you
following
doing? All you're doing.
the psychologist. Having
you.
trouble with that.
I'm weak.
You said what?
That's the
I think
ADD.
he I think he throwing shots, but he wasn't listening.
Don't do
I mean,
that. Don't do
I
that.
said I have a culinary degree, but again, people who didn't go to college, they think that
Maybe
people
there
who
might be
have
some
degrees, they
maybe there might
only
be some
studied one thing, and that's not
maybe there
how it
might be
works.
some
People who
food
have
analogies.
psychology degrees studied other things before they got their psychology degree. As they were getting their degree, they
Yeah,
had other
I
courses of
finished the
study.
music
So that's how
education
that
in
shit
Texas
works.
Southern. I finished for music education in Texas Southern. I had to do history. I had to do math. I had to do a couple of things to get that degree.
But
Dorian,
Okay.
people who don't have degrees, they don't know that. They think that when you go to
Dorian, have you
college,
went to college before? Have you went to college before, Dorian?
Actually, yes.
Hold up, y'all.
and what
So
degree do you have?
how you don't know this?
It's not about me knowing this. It's just hard to follow the pseudo intellectual.
Come on now, Dorian. Come
Dad,
on now.
what y'all go through? Y'all beefing?
I think Dorian feels some type of way, bro. Get it off your chest, then, bro.
I'm good.
No, don't be sending the shots, and now you good. Don't do that. People be cracking me up. All right, I'm a digress.
Was, man. It ain't matter. I'm saying what they're saying, because I know how to. I know how to handle shit like that. Again, though, nobody in any kind of way um, retorted anything that I said, rebutted anything that I said, but must have had some kind of the validity for you to not be able to challenge it, right?
No, I just don't think it's like worth the challenge, it doesn't change my mind or
So
affect
okay,
me in
if
any
it's
way.
not worth the challenge, let me
I'm
get
Facts.
able
to it.
to
Where
allow
was I
Facts.
wrong?
people
Where
to
was I
voice their
wrong then?
opinions without me
You would
being
you ain't
offended.
got to challenge it, but where was I wrong? Tell me where I was
You're
wrong.
not wrong. You're not wrong,
No,
Bam.
because
And, and
I don't. You have to speak for everyone. Like, so, okay, let's dig a little deeper to what you're saying. So if I
Okay.
surround myself with SA workers,
Mhm.
I mean,
Why is that
SA
everybody go to?
SW workers. So eventually, I might engage in SW.
No, that's not
no.
what I said. I said you would pick up
Do
the
people be thinking about
reasonings
what they say before they come out their mouth with it? That'd
and
be
the
crazy.
logics, the
What?
Yeah,
rationale.
This
they
one
don't.
really
They
thinks
don't,
he's
bro.
intelligent, and that's the funny part.
Wait, Britt, hold on, wait, y'all. I got it. I said you would pick up the reasonings, right? The reasonings, the
Mm-hmm.
deductions of someone who is an essay work, right? So I gave the example that it can lead to you having a very transactional ideology when it comes to relationships, because that's how the people that you function around perceive relationships. It's very transactional. It don't mean that you're gonna end up in essay work, but it might rationalize why you're very transactional in your relationships. And because that has transitioned from your conscious to your subconscious, right? Meaning that's how you function on a subconscious level, you won't even realize it.
Can I say something though?
Mm.
I think that also
Yeah.
depends on the group of people that you're hanging out with, right? If that's all somebody's hanging out with, then yes, I can see that being true. But if you have a diverse friend group, don't really seeing that really affecting too much. I'm
Right.
Okay.
just playing
Okay.
devil's
Okay,
advocate here.
AJ.
I spoke
Playing devil's
Okay.
already.
advocate.
I said that if you have a
I
eclectic or
see you.
diverse
Yeah.
group, it's not gonna be the same.
Yeah, which it sounds like for the most part she has. I mean,
Right.
unless I'm
But
wrong, Britt.
no, I'm saying
Correct me
that's
if I'm
why
No,
wrong, but that's what it
you're
sounded like. It
correct.
sounded like
what she
she's
was
got it
arguing
clicks.
didn't
So
make
it's
sense
not
to what I was
clicking.
saying, because I made it clear that if
Hey,
all
Big
you hang
Bam.
around is these certain kind of people, it's gonna rub off on you, right? And then I gave in depth why that is going to be a psychological component. So if you have, again, I've stated this more than one time, if you have an eclectic or diverse
Mhm.
friend group,
Oh my
some
God.
of the traits
Oh,
of all of
oh
these
my
people
God.
might rub off on you.
Hey, Big
So
Bam. Big Bam. You right. You right though.
Fair enough.
But you got to feel the tone of the room. You know what I'm saying? You right.
Yeah, he I think
You validated,
I
but
think
feel the
yeah,
tone of the
he
room.
probably needs another line.
yeah. So I feel what Vam is saying because I used to say the same exact thing. Maybe I can be the one that can influence my friends and all this stuff. But it's the thing is it's a numbers thing, and that's just like uh we're here, right? Say if it's you got a bunch of people that's on the same mindset or whatever, and you got that one person that's on opposition. If they keep hanging in this same group for so long, eventually we're gonna rub off on them because it's just like the numbers be winning. That's just what it is. It's like a popularity thing. And it's like an adapt thing. So like if you hanging with your friends, if you spending so much time with your friends that's 304s or into negative stuff, eventually something on them is going to rub off on you, or that's going to change you, or that's going to make you kind of weak at because we are, as a human, we just adaptable. So it's like you can't be around friends that have bad influences and think you're going to change them, especially if they're outnumbering you and then you always hang with them all the time. So it do get to a point where you realize that they setting you back, and eventually, yeah, you got to let them go. That's just what it is. But otherwise, if you don't have to let them go, that means it's something that you still tied to them with, and you just probably can't put your finger on it. But it's a reason why y'all still connected with one another.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Now, see,
I
that was
hate Big Bam left.
perfectly easy to follow. I mean, from A
Yeah.
to Z, easy to understand without all the fluff, all the big words and all that. Thank you, OG.
You feel like bro was trying to stretch it out?
I'm not
No,
sure what he was
I
going
got what he's
for.
saying though. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean
That's just what it
I
is,
hate
man.
that he
Influence is
left
real though.
though.
Well,
So
I felt
I'm
you.
just gonna chalk it up to. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I felt you when you were when you were playing devil's advocate, AJ. I feel you. I felt
Hmm.
where you were coming from, and I felt where Britt was coming from because she was solid in her position, and she felt like that she wasn't going to be changed by the influence of her friends. You know, even though we stated our facts, we still have to respect Britt's stance on hers, and you know that's all.
Yeah. Well, I think
Well,
at the end of the
I'm
day, I
not a
think that
weak-minded individual. And then also, like, the way you guys were talking about people with high body count sounded very judgmental. But the thing
So
about what I notice about judgmental people, they don't want to be judged
Alright.
themselves.
who
Like,
told you that?
So
Oh,
so so my thing. Well, I don't know if y'all want to get into that. My whole
what
thing
you
is
about to
that
go? Where you
if
about
that's
to
a
go?
conversation, I'm
Everybody can
just
get
gonna say this:
judged.
the body count conversation. Can we leave that in 2023? At the end of the
Yeah, we
day,
sure
it is
can. We
tired.
can
It
leave
is
a lot in
boring. We are
2023.
stuck. It ain't going nowhere. Like even 2023. Let's move on to other things.
I mean, obviously
But
it attract
I'm gonna
people
let
that
y'all
it seems like
talk.
they ain't leaving it alone. But yeah, I feel you on that. I say, yeah, it's like that's what they was mentioning before. Sure, it's no point. It's like talking to a brick wall sometimes. You know, if they feel like it don't matter to them, why push the issue? You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? Just let them hang
I
on and
mean, it's not that it doesn't
hang
matter.
their own rag and stuff. So
I think if you're a man or you're a woman, you have a right to want to date a person with quotation low body count. But to like dehumanize them or to like belittle these people or say like, oh, you could just tell they have a like they're dirty or something is wild. Because if I
I
start
agree with
getting
that.
judgmental,
I
then
agree with
everybody's
that.
gonna tell me to be humble.
yep,
yeah.
they dirty. It is what it is. So whatever.
They
I mean,
dirty.
Oh,
sure.
okay. How do you
they
contribute
they
to
wasn't care. They
society?
didn't care about being dirty when they
How do
sleeping
you
with other
contribute to
people. You think it's
society?
a you
How
think
do
it's
you
a good?
contribute to society outside of coming online, bullying people, belittling people for pennies?
Hold up,
How do you
Brett.
get
Hold up,
why you
Brett.
online getting
What do
bullied?
you
That's
Hold
do
up,
stupid.
then?
Brett.
No,
Hold,
wait. I told you. Like judgmental people don't like that same energy back. So I want to know, like, how do you contribute to
Hey,
society?
Kimberly.
Why I can't hear two people talking? What I
Nobody else
said
is
it. Would you
talking.
say?
Like, how
Say
do
it
you
again. Ask
contribute
that
to
question.
society?
oh, Brett.
What?
What?
I don't get it. If we could talk about people being dirty because of their high body counts, I want to know how you contribute to society outside of belittling people for pennies on TikTok.
What is
Hold
that's an
up,
open
Brett.
question? What type of question is that?
So I guess you don't
It's a
contribute to
fair question.
society
It's a fair
outside
God,
of
what
that.
question.
the? Why everybody keep
What?
talking at the same time? I'm trying to literally hear. She talk fast already. Ain't nobody can hear her. So you said, is
Okay.
that an open question you
How
asked for
do
everybody?
you
And why
contribute
you keep
to
talking the same time I talk?
society?
I can't hear what you're saying. You gotta wait till I'm trying to hear what you say. Say it over.
Oh, so he's slow. I didn't realize that. I'm sorry.
Oh snap!
I heard
I'm gonna mute
every
up.
word you said.
Oh.
Yeah, don't do the disrespect. Don't do that though. I'm just trying to hear what you're saying though.
You
I ask a question.
disrespected people with high body counts. Why can't I disrespect you? What's the problem?
No, that sounds stupid. What you talking about? Where's the
Why is that
disrespect at?
stupid?
But
What's
you
your
must
level of
really do have a
education?
back high body count.
I
That's
want
why
to
you
see how
so
you're
stuck on it.
qualified to call anybody stupid. What's your
It's
level of
and you
education?
think I see you one of them people that think you could talk real fast and think you getting somewhere.
Oh my God.
Your
What
peanut
is
gallery
your
ain't gonna be able to save
level
you on that
of
though. So where did
education?
somebody disrespect high
What
body
is
count?
your level of education? Is that slow enough for you?
All right,
What was you
now
talking about with the
that's
body
enough.
count thing? Like what was
Yeah, you
disrespect
said
about
they
the
were
body count?
dirty.
Who said
And I
that?
told you that you didn't say that people with high body counts are dirty. You didn't say
When
that?
did I say that?
You literally said it like 5 seconds ago.
Thank you.
Oh, I said it right after you said it. I said, yeah, it is. That's just, I
Yeah,
was
because
coach
the
But
assisting you.
this is what I
I
mean. Like people
was
like to be
assisting you. Yeah.
judgmental. Y'all like to be mean. Y'all like to be judgmental. But then when somebody else bites
I mean,
back,
is it
it's
not?
a
Is it what is it?
problem.
What is it attractive or is it cute or something? Having a lot of bodies,
No, I
no,
never
it's
or
said
is it
that.
only
But for
dirty
you to sit
when
there and
your child get
demonize
it or something
people
like that?
is
Do you look
crazy.
at it that way or something like that, or do you gonna influence them to be the same exact way as you?
I'm not trying to influence anybody, but I don't go
Okay,
around
right.
judging people off
So
of things
exactly.
like
So
that.
who promotes stuff like that? We're going to, of course, we're
I
going
didn't
to
realize that I was promoting it
Of course, we're going to shame
by
situations like that to let people know that that's
shame
not it's not
simulations.
cool.
You need to worry
Hold
about
on.
yourself. You can't even tell
Hold
me how
on.
you
Hold
No,
on.
you
contribute
need to
to
worry about
Hold
your
on.
society.
kids. You know what I'm
Hold
saying?
on,
So they
Brett.
don't be
Hold
like
on,
you.
I know you
Brett.
have your kids. I don't
Hold on,
know.
Okay,
Britt.
Hold
right.
up.
So we're
Hold
not
Now,
going to
on,
promote.
Britt.
We're not going to promote that.
now,
Of course, we're going to always be against that, though. So the fact that you trying to take up for it, that
Britt.
ain't
yes,
cool.
I'm
Britt.
That's
taking
why
up for
the
you the
problem is
little B
Britt.
the
people and the
Calm.
environment
B
now.
Hold
people,
up,
and you
Britt.
can't even back your shit up. Like, how do you
Hold
contribute
up,
to
Britt.
society?
Britt, you going like 1,000 miles an hour
And
into a
then
brick
she asked a
wall.
question that
Hold
have
Bro,
up.
nothing to
I'm
do with it, because
speaking
that's when
like
she get backed into a corner because she can't answer
you said I'm
the
backed
right
into a
thing.
corner.
So she asked about an education to see if she gon' that don't that's all the way off topic.
So education,
If you ain't
like
got the
I
answer,
knew
if you
you
can't
weren't
prove
right.
why
I
is
knew
it
you
why
weren't
is it a
right
good
when I
thing, then
asked
let me know. Why
what
it
is your
shouldn't be
pattern,
shamed.
and
Let
then
me
you
know.
said I probably have a high body count. I knew you were
Huh?
stupid then,
AJ,
but
Yeah,
this
you still heard
conversation
about
is
this
Cletus.
since
pissing me
earlier though.
off
I mean, I get it.
even
I mean,
more.
hope you get some rest tonight on about that because you let a guy online get to you, but you'll be all right.
Okay,
When's the
Mm,
it's
last
all
time
right.
you got tested?
Hey, hold up.
Who, me?
No, no, no. I
Oh,
hope.
Yeah, I
When the
don't
last
do the
time everybody
Superman
got
stuff
tested?
though.
that's a really
Yeah.
good question.
Nah.
When is the last time you got tested?
No, the
Since you're
good
talking about the
question is
movie
I
Dirty.
don't get ain't nobody about to come save you, because I don't do that Superman stuff. He can find him a high body. His wife probably
Cody,
got
you
one
can
too. I don't
follow
know.
me if you want to. We'll talk
But
later.
what
That was a very good question that he asked. Since you're calling people dirty, when's the last time you got tested?
I've been 3 years. If you want to know, I've been 3 years abstinent, and I'm clear. So I don't know what that got to do with anything. That's not gonna change the
Okay.
fact that
You being abstinent three
it's still
years
not
has
gonna change the
not
fact
cleaned up
that
your
body count
spirit.
still matter. I know that, and I
It
love that it's
hasn't
burning
cleaned up
you
your
every time you
spirit.
hear it. Now
You still
I
have a
love
mean spirit.
it.
I hate that for
Huh?
you. You still
Okay.
have a
Huh?
mean spirit.
So, like I said,
You
you could, like I said, you
still
could promote that
have
stuff to your
a
kids and
mean.
stuff, but we're not gonna promote it to everybody else.
Thank you.
The conversation is going nowhere.
Oh man,
That'll give me a
I
headache.
love TikTok.
The cool part about
Anyway,
it,
going back to the
I was trying
topic.
to be the bigger person and not be petty, but her bio it said wifey edition.
It said what? What'd you say?
No,
It said
no.
wifey edition. I
Oh,
can't.
oh, poor baby.
The contradiction. You see what I'm saying? You see how we left the cognitive dissonance just linger and what happened?
I'm just, at the end of the day, again, people are going to agree or disagree on that topic. It goes nowhere, right? Now, I could have let that go on and we would have been talking about that until the fucking cows come home.
I'm
Or
tired
we
of
can get
talking
back to
about
the
it.
actual topic and the reason why that conversation was brought up in the first place. Okay? So in case, let me reiterate again to everybody in the live. What is the topic right now? It's a free talk. But what's the question? Tell me what you are tired of and why, and what's the solution. So if we're talking on those bases, let's talk on those bases. But again, let's be respectful. It's okay to disagree. But the moment we start
Yeah,
sitting here, getting to a point, having temper tantrums and what have you, about, well, I don't think you have the intelligence for this and the intelligence for that. At the end of the day, you're losing all validity in your argument by the moment you do that.
every
The
time.
facts speak for the facts, and speak truthfully and about your experience. That's all this is.
Yeah,
Okay. At the end of the day, do I necessarily care what body count somebody else has? No, unless I'm engaging with you in that way, I really don't care. That is not my. I do not give two shits. I can give two fucks less. It's just me.
you only give 2 fucks. I give about 4 fucks
I don't even
less.
have. I don't even have no. I don't even have fucks to give. Okay, that I'm fucked off. I'm
Hey,
fucked off somewhere. So no, we ain't gonna do that. Sorry, Kev, I let that go a
hey.
little too long, but I was trying to see where that was gonna go, and then it
I
just hit
was
a
trying to
button
throw
that
you in
Right.
decided.
there. I was trying to throw you in there, AJ. I was like, hey, come.
Like, we can have a conversation. We don't have to agree on everything. There's many points in here that are made that I don't agree with. Like, that's fine. We can move on. You can have a conversation. It's okay. Like, But what I'm not gonna do is sit up here and people are gonna disrespect the live and disrespect everybody else in the live, because again, it's not just about the fact that you are triggered by a conversation or you came in on the tail end of a conversation. There's other people here,
Yes.
and you're clogging up their airspace.
Taking
Stop
up
it.
all the oxygen. Taking up all the
Taking up all the
oxygen.
oxygen on your bullshit.
You know, the topic says, let's see. Tell me what you are tired of and why, and what's the solution.
So I'm gonna go
I'm
back to what we
tired
was talking about.
of
Oh, go ahead, my bad.
overstepping my boundaries. I'm tired of overstepping boundaries. And I think the solution is to just walk away.
Hmm.
Walk away. Because I overstepped my boundaries
Hey,
in
you
this
was doing good
situation.
tonight. I saw you going back and forth in the comments. I was like, hold on, give her a minute.
Are
Give her
you
a
a
minute.
habitual line stepper?
I'm guilty.
Crossing
I'm so
boundaries.
guilty. And it's with myself.
You got a
It's with
problem. You already
myself.
halfway there to fixing it, so
Yeah, true, true.
Nah, I think that's the first step. I don't think that's halfway to nothing, because if that's the case, people keep running around with that rhetoric. That's why nothing gets changed. Oh, I recognize I got a problem, but they don't do nothing about it.
Right.
I
I'm sorry. I
don't
be
know. I think
trying.
that.
like, trying to get somebody to admit the problem is usually the hardest part. Whether they
Facts.
apply it or
Oh
not
yeah.
ain't my issue. But if you at least acknowledge it, okay. Well,
Hmm.
if you keep doing the same thing, don't come to me expecting me to save you.
That
All
part.
right, man. It was good talking to y'all. I followed you, Laugh, and I sent you a follow request, AJ. I like y'all. Y'all seem like pretty good people. I'll definitely fall back in here another time.
Oh
Y'all have
yeah,
a good night
for
Yeah,
or
sure.
have a good
Appreciate you,
absolutely.
day.
brother.
No
Good
problem.
night.
Absolutely.
Good night.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm sorry, y'all let that go on a little too long, but I was just like, okay, can we get past the okay, this is just now just getting stupid
Right, I
at
feel
this
you
point.
on that.
My
Yeah, I
bad.
definitely slipped up a little bit in the comments. I was, it's like, it was just, for, I be petty sometimes. I do. And I've had to ask myself why. And it's like, you know what? Because sometimes I just want to be petty. I watch everybody
Okay.
else just go so low. And I feel like my petty is for educational purposes. I just try to
See, but
make,
I'm gonna
clarity.
challenge you to that. I'm gonna challenge you to that, you, my friend. Right? Yeah, we can go that low for sure, but there's a reason why you can recognize that that's low. Because to
Exactly.
that person, that's normal.
Yeah.
I know that's why I just stopped. Because I had to ask myself
So
why.
stay on your high tram, my friend.
Facts.
Stay on your
Facts,
higher
for
ground.
sure.
Don't waste. I ain't gonna waste my
And
time
Yeah,
to
and
go
it
low.
is, and I feel you, it is easy to fall. I can't say fall victim. I guess that's the word. Fall into that. Yeah, I get you though. It's to be like that because a lot of us just, especially when we got probably brought up and stuff. So I can understand why. That's what I be meaning about drift. You drift back to certain ways and stuff. But it might be a pleasure in certain things, but it's not that. It's not a good pleasure though. So it's like, yeah, focus on
No, but
keeping
it
that
do
high
feel
energy or the
I
good.
good
want to
energy and
apologize
stuff.
to y'all for my petty moment earlier. I'm sorry about that.
Everybody's about to get there for
Nah, yeah.
sure. Everybody got that.
Hey, we all have our moments, though. That's the thing. That's where we learn to give grace, right? We expect that, of course, and not everybody's gonna be 100% on that. I have my moments of petty. We all know that. Hell, most of y'all have probably seen it, right?
Right.
But even with that being said, that doesn't mean that I'll give myself grace to that. I ain't gonna be 100% every single time, but I'm gonna strive to be,
Facts.
and
I
that's the
feel you.
thing. So that's all we can do is just strive, and occasionally, sometimes it don't happen. It's okay. Just go keep it moving.
Yeah, just try to
Um,
reduce it. You
but
know, can't be
but
frequently and
that's
then keep saying the same exact thing. Like, well, I'm trying, and then you just did it like yesterday. Like, dang, you really trying?
exactly. But that's my whole thing. That's what I'm saying. Like that conversation just needs to be left in 2023. It ain't that conversation never
Yeah,
goes
right.
nowhere.
Yes, I think even Tatiana said that at the beginning
You know
though,
what I
but
mean?
somehow it got caught into the situation.
Well, because people again heard the tail end and then ran in full force, and then it's like you didn't even listen to everything that was said.
Hmm. And you see, it's two different reasons why people don't want to listen to hear it. Right? You got one side is like what Tatiana said, which made a lot of sense. It's like it's no point because people got their mind made up. The other one don't want to hear about it because it triggered them. You know, it gets to them because it's something they feel like it's some type of truth behind it, and they kind of feel like it might invalid or disqualify them from certain things and stuff. Like I said, some people just don't like that feeling of rejection or failure and stuff. So yeah, that's what. So it's like
Well,
two
it's
different
human
ways though,
nature
but
to fear rejection.
it's funny.
Well, that's
Yeah,
what I'm saying.
Well,
It's just like
I
people are gonna fear rejection regardless, and at the end of the day, like
yeah.
that's normal. But again, you got to recognize that within self. Like again,
Hmm.
conversations. When we sit here, we talking about. That's the thing. When Tatiana brought it up, she did say that. But again, funny how that was the part that was missed, and we just spent all this time arguing about body count and how important it is and how not important it is, and this, that, and the third. Again, what was the outcome of that conversation that we didn't already know
Nothing.
before? You're
Nothing.
gonna have some people that are gonna agree with it. You're gonna have some people that are gonna disagree.
That's it.
We got nowhere.
No worries.
You know what I mean? So again, leave that conversation in 2023, right? It's pointless. I think the relationships conversations also need to be left in fucking 2023. I am tired. I do not understand, right? Traditional versus modern. I feel like their concept it's like I've been taking Spanish 1 this whole time and it's been a whole year. We have not evolved. We have not evolved and nobody can seem to answer that question when I ask it. People think I'm being funny. What do you mean? And I'm not asking that because I'm trying to be funny. I'm asking that because I do not understand how often people misuse words and misuse terminology on here all the time. Best thing I can do is ask. But to me, I think that's a conversation to be left. My solution to that is I've already done that solution. I don't engage in those lives.
yeah, I
So
That's
started
one of the
doing
main
some
ones I
more
wish
too.
we would actually stop doing. Using big words the wrong way, thinking they be talking about something.
that part.
Cause
We got all the toxic people out. That's all they
people,
wanted to see was the
like,
drama.
your
See, and that's
dictation and the way you pronounce that word was completely wrong. But I'm not gonna say nothing. I'm just gonna let you stand there
It
and just
sounds stupid.
be loud and wrong.
That part. That's the whole thing. It's just people misuse words all the time, and that's the reason why the question always has to be asked: What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What do you mean?
I think I changed my mind about asking about the what happened to my body and my temper. I don't even want to do that after today. I
That's
was
what I'm
about to ask
see,
saying.
that.
and
Yeah.
that
Uh,
Oh,
and that's what I was like. I knew exactly what I was talking about last night, and I said what I said because I knew what I heard. I heard what I heard. People, you know what I'm saying?
What's that?
So like when I was talking about they when people were trying to discredit and debunk me, they were like, "No," I'm like, "Bro, that's how we
what
started
were you? I
going
missed
back
the
and
live. What
forth."
were you talking about?
You see what I'm saying? You immediately came in to correct me and then tell me that you just had to edify somebody else. Like, and now you're trying to educate the room on it. And it's like, that wasn't what I was talking about. Like, everybody's coming in on the tail end, and I feel like I'm now defending something. You know what I mean? Because you're trying to discredit me. And then this one just came in to debunk what I said. Like, and I sat here patiently waiting. And now I'm finna say what I'm finna say. And I told you I did start trolling, but I wasn't lying. And this is
True.
where, for me, it's like, even though I'm sitting here and it's like, okay, yeah, I can admit that that was low, right? But then it's just like, T, you be going hard in the paint sometimes. And what I think ain't that low is like still low. That's the sad part.
Hmm.
That be the sad. That's like, but most people don't want to admit that. They don't want to admit that they bad ain't that bad.
That part.
And the reason why these conversations happen, like the girl said it in that whole thing, she said so much. She said she grouped everybody and then turned it into one. So she was talking about somebody. She was defending that against somebody. None of that was personal.
No, it was personal because again, when you only hear the tail end and you come with that much velocity at somebody, it is personal. You don't just do
Yeah.
that if it ain't personal. You didn't feel it,
Hmm.
See,
right?
but
It's the same conversation like I
somebody
say all the
else
time.
must have said that. Somebody else must have got at her like that before, Kev. That was close to her.
Hmm.
So yeah, she intentionally said that to him, and it was personally towards him. Like she meant everything to him, but
Of
that
course she
wasn't
did.
really for him, and that's the problem with this internet stuff.
Well,
And
that's
people
the
be on their
reality of
feelings, and
people, though.
they not mature enough to be on here having certain conversations.
But that's the reality of people, though, right? The reality of people is a lot of the time you never know what that person. You don't. We're subjected to that every day, whether you're out in the street or you're on the TikTok, right? People take stuff out on you, right? And the only thing that we can do is try to have discernment and figuring that out. And once we recognize that, is whether or not we engage or not, right? I engaged to a point, and then after that, I was like, I'm going on mute
Mm-hmm.
because if I start talking right now, it's gonna get 5 times worse, right? And then finally, I was just like, enough's enough. I'm not, she's done, and I dropped her. Like the conversation's going nowhere. It's going nowhere. Nobody else can speak now. Now all the airtime is being caught up for somebody who doesn't have an actual point or can't articulate themselves in a way where they're aligning themselves with the topic, and instead, let's go over here and attack Kev for what? Oh, well, you're attacking people with high body counts, and nobody's attacking them, right? People shared opinions. That's not
Yeah, she did
attacking.
not want to answer that question at all. I told her, I said, what did I say?
But that's my point. That's why I'm saying people lose validity in an argument. You'll lose all validity in an argument, right? The moment you have to attack somebody personally. All
Right.
you're saying is I ain't got nothing else to say. So now I'm gonna attack you on this front.
Exactly.
Well, I'm gonna apologize to
The
you
fuck?
again, Kev. 'Cause I think my comments what set her off when I asked her a point blank question, and she agreed with us.
Yeah, but you
Yeah,
can't be
what
on the
part?
internet out here with opinions and not ask people not question you. Like that's an everyday thing
I mean, when I
on the
asked
internet.
her, could you do the same thing? She's like, no. And then she
Hmm.
went to bam. Then she started going, and then she focused on you because obviously she couldn't even come at me or bam because you already put your foot in your mouth with me with a simple yes or no question.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
No, she never let
And
go of
then
that
Bam
one thing
already
I
answered
said
her
to her.
question
But she had said she came in here with that wild, like
because
I said,
again,
huh?
well, that's because she
Was it,
was hashtag triggered. She's
yeah.
hashtag triggered. Of course, bro. I'm gonna be hashtag triggered. Now I'm gonna come at you all stupid. Nah,
Uh,
let that go. Hit reset. Hit reset because you're missing all the things that are being said, right? If you would have hit reset, you would have heard when I sat there and I even played devil's advocate for you for a second, and you were still acting stupid. Okay, so it's not the conversation. I did that on purpose. It's a method to my madness. Come on now.
that's why I said it's like a robotic thing, man. That's why I said it's like repetitive, and I see the same thing. I can tell based off comments of how somebody didn't take it. I said it. I see somebody come here and say "wow" off rip. You know, it's everybody do the exact same thing, or when they ask what is. That's why I said that one thing. I ain't gonna lie. That's one of my things with somebody coming here asking what is the topic and it's gonna be above my head or what are y'all talking about like that. Yeah, like you didn't come in here and hear what we was talking about, and then you ask what somebody talking about. It's like that just be crazy to me. I'm like, dog, they do the exact same thing every time. It's like robots. That should be so funny to me. Like, dog, people change it up or remix it a little bit. Act like you least concerned a little bit, then trick me and then say, okay, nah, I don't F with that. They making it
And I
too.
agree that it is. I agree that it is a trauma response, maybe in the way that they're speaking. But at the end of the
Yeah,
day,
most
that's nobody
definitely.
else's responsibility. That's your
Yeah.
responsibility as that person. Because the thing is that a year ago, if I would have heard this conversation, yeah, I probably would have had the same sentiment as Brett, had the same
Yeah.
argument. But I had to literally sit here and listen to what was actually being said. And when I actually heard what was being said,
Yeah.
there was nothing to disagree on. That's the thing. I was like, oh, I don't have to disagree. It's just not being worded the way I would word it. That's the other part that people don't realize. So
Yeah.
many people are sitting on this app arguing, saying the same thing,
Oh my
but we just want to
gosh.
argue.
Oh my God, AJ, you dropping gems right now.
Oh my goodness.
Fuck. We were saying the exact same thing, but because I didn't word it the way you did, or I didn't word it nicely enough for you, or sensitive enough for you, that all of a sudden now we have to be talking about two different things. So let's waste 30 minutes while we say the exact same shit. No, neither one of y'all is listening to each other, because if you're listening to each other, you'd understand you're saying the same shit.
Mm-hmm. Same way, no one wants somebody that's bad with money. Like you keep overspending and always rapping like you're talking like. Of course, I don't want somebody that does that. Like, you know what I'm saying? But
That's what,
well, if you broke, just say that. Like, that's not what I said.
that part.
Exactly.
No.
Like,
That's what they
My
do. All right.
my son and his girlfriend, like, we just broke up kind of over that same
Mm-hmm.
like, it boils down to that same thing. Like, my son is good with money, but from her perspective, he's bad with money. And
Mm-hmm.
she's actually just accustomed to spending. She's really actually bad with money. And I kind of like alluded to certain things when they would talk to me about, what they were trying to do. And it's just like, mm, you like to spend money, you like to save money. I don't think this is gonna work. Like, this is what I'm thinking to myself. So I would try to, like, not oppose and project and, be over opinionated, especially because I'm the mom. But it's just like, in my mind, it was just like, I can just see where this is going.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not even gonna engage. I don't have an opinion. It's
that
not my
shit be
business.
crazy.
Y'all see what I mean, though? Why I don't be caring about numbers? Because, like, if you look
No,
at it, like, if numbers
leave
have
me in the
got that high, and
matrix.
as soon as the drama kind of dropped down and everybody left with it,
As
no
soon as I dropped her,
follows,
yeah, they left.
no shares, and the likes hardly went
Pathetic.
up. You know what I'm saying? There's a reason why I don't be doing that drama stuff. That just be crazy. And it's like you will have to keep up with stuff like that just because people want to, I guess, express themselves and want to. They just love that entertainment and stuff. That's young weak. That's young weak to me. That's why I say
Yeah,
I'd
people
rather
like to
keep doing the
come
route
in.
I'm
I
going, man.
mean,
I'm
you
slow
saw the
rolled it and
comments.
get, huh?
I mean, you saw the comments, so I'm pretty sure you saw the comments because I was looking at the comments that whole
I think
time.
I zoned out when
The
I
amount of
was getting
people,
going back and forth over
bro,
girl.
bro,
Nigga,
like
you was
they
at
were
about
literally in
95 at
here
one
just
point.
arguing. At one point, bro, they was just in here arguing for the sake of arguing. See, you said is this, but you used this example. Like the shit we were literally just talking about 5 minutes before all these people came in.
Mm-hmm.
All the same shit just happened.
Oh, what the
And then
this
they like
thing
to
for?
use all of the words of the day because I saw the word patriarchy and make what patriarchy. Where's that comment?
Boy.
Let me scroll back up. They used all of the fucking words in one comment. It was patriarchy, something
We're
else
going for
like
spell check. I don't think most of these people could actually spell most of them words in the comments anyway.
that part. I don't think they spell patriarchy right, to be honest. But what the fuck is that shit? Hold on.
It'd be so funny to me.
It was all of them all in one go, and I was like, bruh. Or
Say a
whatever. I ain't
couple
scrolling that far
triggering
back to go
words
find
and
it.
then it get them in here. That'd be so funny. That's so fake.
Hmm.
It's funny how TikTok even push stuff out. Like it push out what I guess It seems like whatever you say, that's when they start pushing you more on the algorithm on different things.
Well, they're gonna push it based on how many people are coming in based off the trigger word that is said.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. And it sucks that it's that way, but again, if you're trying to grow quantity or quality over quantity, then it's gonna be it's gonna be annoying. If you're doing quality or quantity over quality, then they don't care, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we all know those lies, those people who don't give a shit. They always talk about something stupid, controversial, yelling and screaming in the like in the boxes and
Mm-hmm.
no order, right? Like I can't do it. The moment everybody start yelling and talking at the same time, I get a headache. I can't do it.
Yeah.
But
I
it is
go
what
enough
it
of
is.
that at work. Everybody get that hooping and hollering. I'm just like, ma'am, sir, you are old enough to be my parent or my grandparent, or you old enough to have kids older than me. Why y'all sitting here arguing like two little 4-year-olds?
That's true. I don't think
I'm
anybody's
like,
saying that. Well, the type of the audience is the flex because if you're talking to people with quality versus quantity, that is a flex. You're talking to quality people. Why would that not be a flex? What's wrong with that being a flex? Is my question.
because people too busy overreacting to what's not being said,
Well, not if you're dealing with quality people.
which is why like Kevin was saying, how the numbers went up 1 minute because he like at 95 or something like that, and I just like you, I tuned out people, and I was just waiting for somebody, to hit the drop button on her.
Oh yeah, that was gonna be me. I had a feeling. I was like, I'm gonna hit it because this ain't going nowhere.
Because I even looked to see if I was a moderator. Like, nah, I can't drop her. Because I would have been dropped her. The minute she threw that shot at Kev, I wanted to hit the button.
Oh, I wanted to, but I was just like, let me see if she corrects it real quick. Nah, I. And then when I couldn't even get in and be like, hey, stay respectful, I was like, nah, bye, bye. We ain't doing all this. But that's the thing, people do that shit. People will come in if there's drama, right? And again, it's the high school mentality of it, right? This is the shit that I call out on this app all the time. We're a bunch of adults talking about we're adults. We gotta be adults about it. But then you in here acting like little kids. Tell me how
Right.
that conversation was not little kid type. That was completely little
But
kid.
yeah. Well,
So
AJ,
you
since
threw
you
a
got the
temper
power with
tantrum.
a pen, you got one strike. Since you got the power with a pen.
That part. That part. I'm like, bro, I try to give, and that's the thing. I try to give people chances. I really do. I try. Some days I'm more patient than others, but today, oof, oof, you know what I mean? That's probably the it of my patience. At this point, like, nah, if you're gonna detract from the conversation that's being had, you ain't need to be here. We got other shit to do. We got
Well, that's
we got
definitely
people
one
who
thing we
actually
left in
need
2023.
these. Well, that's the thing. It's like these people. There's people who actually need the advice and the wisdom and knowledge that's getting dropped in these lives. I ain't got time for people just taking up airspace. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Yeah. Them type of situations. That's one reason why at work, I literally went almost 2.5 months without saying one word to anybody. Because
Facts.
just every time I turn around, it was some nonsense. And like I said, these are people who are old enough to be my parent or my grandparent.
Yep.
Like, let this go. It's beyond stupid at this point.
That part. That part. I made the mistake of taking an HR job. Never again. Never again. Oh my God.
I read it.
Uh,
Oof, I give
I
some
left
for that.
retail. I left retail management for that reason. I couldn't. I I just couldn't. My brain couldn't compute. I felt like I would short circuit every couple days.
I mean, at least with retail management, like, here's the thing. Like, if people came and complained to me about something, I just find more shit for you to do. And so they slowly started picking up on that. If I complain to AJ, she's just gonna make me do a bunch of shit. Yeah, because I assume you're bored if you have this much time to bitch about something,
See,
right?
the
Like,
AJ, it wasn't even me. I
mhm.
had people upset complaining about my assistant manager. That I had no like
Same,
I had no authority. I was
same.
supposed to hire my own assistant manager, but I don't know if it was a time issue or what. But can you imagine what one of
Hmm.
these 17 and a half, 18-year-old teenage hormonal girls is having an issue with your
Girl,
assistant manager who is older and sometimes doesn't really know how to necessarily talk to people? Because I will say English is her second language. But
girl, I worked
I was
overnight.
getting calls all day, every day.
Girl, I was the overnight manager for a long time. Right? At 22, managing people not even around my age, younger than me, and older than me. And all collectively had to learn, do not come complain to me about stupid shit. And the thing is, it's not that they were complaining about people above, they were complaining about people above me. But again, these are people who want to reinvent the wheel and do everything else. Well, we'd just be better if we do the, yeah. Can you straighten that end cap? Okay, cool. Hey, can you stock this? Hey, can you help out over here? Yeah, I'm gonna keep finding shit for your punk ass little shit ass to do. I got things to do. I ain't got time. You're sitting over here listening to you complain about shit that is out of my control, your control, and everybody else's control. I don't run Walmart. I don't know. Like,
I used to do that with supervisors, give them something to do when they came over there hooping and hollering.
mm-hmm. Oh,
Cause
I do that shit all the time.
my supervisor come over there hooping and hollering, I will find something for him to do, just so he get out of my face.
When that
Like
was the
what?
thing, like I picked up like a side job doing HR at a warehouse. Boy, I forget the warehouse. Like in warehouses, it's not as up to date as it is everywhere else. And I had people complaining to me about everything. Oh my God. The drama, the tea, everything else, who's sleeping with who, the whole night. I was like, bruh, what the hell
Oh,
has this got to do with y'all sorting mail?
the warehouses be the worst because they definitely be extra touchy feely, low key, high key, hiding away. It'd be like
That
if
part.
y'all don't cut it out, cut it out. We were at work. Like, stop.
That
You want
part.
to hear something bold and off the wall?
What's that?
Okay, I work in a cookie factory, right? And they
Yeah.
also make like pasta and other stuff. So you know full well you got to keep that stuff refrigerated because once you get off the shelf, it's still basically like frozen solid, right?
Mm-hmm.
I heard stories about people doing that touchy feely stuff. If you get what I'm saying, in the back of trailers,
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, it's like below 10 degrees in here,
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
and it's
I
colder. It's colder in the back of the truck. Like, what are y'all? You know what? I'm glad I'm on the forklift because when they get there acting stupid, I drive off. Or a situation where I'm like, not my circus, not my monkeys. I'm gone.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't
All
drove
the
off
time.
in the middle of an employee, supervisor be talking to me. I will literally just drive off, and I just come back in like 20 minutes once they get their stupid fixed.
That
'Cause
part.
I don't got
Well,
time to
that's
argue
like
with
the,
you.
and that's the thing that I learned about, like, there's this experience of me picking up this HR in this warehouse. I ain't worked in a warehouse since I was probably in my early 20s. I'm older now. I ain't got that patience. I ain't got that patience. No, like, and then I also look at it this way, like, when I worked in warehouses, I was an actual worker, and at one point I managed an entire warehouse, but I would jump on the forklift, I go through some boxes, I go unload some trucks. Like, I had a way, I had an outlet. In HR, I ain't really got an outlet because I'm just stuck sitting there for hours, listening to people complain. Like, bro, at least you have a job, dog. Also, I'm gonna say it, and I'm gonna say it again, and I'm always gonna scream this shit. Stop wearing bonnets to your fucking job interviews. Stop it. And guys, pull your fucking pants up. I don't want to see your underwear.
Thank you.
Fuck. Pull your pants up, dog.
Hey, that be
Men, pull your
killing me,
pants
like,
up.
bruh.
Women, stop wearing your fucking bonnets to work.
Nobody
I'm
wants
like,
to see
Playboy.
your lingerie, okay? Your lingerie,
Stop
put it
work.
away.
I don't want to see
Y'all
your
be
I'm
fucking
having
like,
stretch marks.
they be having
some,
matching. They undies be matching their whole outfit and stuff. Like you need to slow
nah.
down.
What I be
Like
trying to
put it
understand,
away.
well, no disregard to certain people's orientation. I be looking like, bruh, you a grown man wearing these skinny jeans and you got them extra little draws.
Nuh-uh,
Like,
because
really,
here's the
bruh?
thing. No, I don't give a shit of what your sexual orientation is. Because you know what? I'm going to call them out too. Because here's my thing. Here's my thing. Be my little gay ass. Okay, I get it. I wear boxers. That's fine. My pants are pulled up and nobody would know. Like, unless my pants came off, but I don't see the point of my pants coming off at work. I can't think of a situation where my pants would have to be off at work.
I'm just saying, like, bruh, you every bit like
Just
260.
pull
Why
your
you wearing
pants up.
some like, bruh, you my size or bigger. I'm 6'3", 260.
Yeah.
And I got tree trunk for legs, so I gotta go bigger in draws. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is, you know.
Or,
But like, bruh, you bigger than me, and you probably like, bruh, I can tell by your waist, you should be wearing like a 42 or 38, and it's pretty obvious you got on some 30, like on some 32 draws. Like, bruh, what is you doing?
or,
And I even told my cat, look, bruh, no. Like I said, I ain't trying to get Kevin's live banned, but y'all get what I'm saying about that. But like, bruh,
there's Panda.
I
Where
should.
was Panda Bear when that conversation was going down? I needed you. Slacking. Sorry, continue, Steve, my bad.
And I'm just like, bruh, why you got on your little ass draws?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
That part.
Because I'm sorry, year round, I want my boys comfortable and covered.
My
I
whole
like some
thing,
air down there.
and my whole thing is I shouldn't know what the hell you wearing. I don't want to know
That's
what your toenails look like. Pull your fucking pants up.
that's why I called it the lingerie because
The
everything but
Ain't
manager.
no,
every lingerie. Nobody
Mm-hmm.
want put your lingerie away.
That
Just
part. Pull your
put it
pants
away.
up. Buy a belt.
and
And it's a job
excuse me if
interview.
I'm wrong.
But
It's
but
always that one cat, and you can tell them draws is old too. I'm like, bruh, come on now.
That part.
You up
You
here,
can tell there's
you got
probably a
them,
hole in it.
like, bruh, come on. Like, why are you
Somewhere.
looking, dude? I'm proud military. And I used to do security. I watch everybody's movements. I watch you from top to
Mm-hmm.
bottom. That's how I figured out that one person when I was on deployment, as you say, they were dressed as a woman, but by how I looked at them, I could tell they had something in their hand, and I think I can figure out what else that little
Mm-hmm.
trigger was attached to.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I watch everybody from top to bottom, clothing and all. Even though I'm not staring, I'm still being observant.
Well, it
Like
teaches you
like
to
three
be
people
that
could
way
walk
with the
past
society.
me. Yeah, so
The
three people
military
could walk
teaches you
past
that.
me. I didn't even look at them.
What I'm saying, the military teaches you that
Yep.
naturally, and so will security. Security definitely teach you that. You got to watch
Yeah.
everything. I worked in security for a long
Yeah.
time.
So
I noticed
I could
fucking
walk past three people
everything.
without looking at them and
That
tell
part.
you their height, body weight, shoes, which hand they got the watch on, which one got which one got rings on it. Like I naturally just pay attention to people.
That part.
But bro, you got kids. Like,
You're a tailor.
you know
I'm
what
gonna
I'm saying?
follow you only because I like to talk about how things should be tailored to people because I'm tired of everybody walking around looking ridiculous. And not a lot of people get it. I don't understand cuts. Um, certain cuts for clothing work for certain body types, but that's a whole other conversation. Um, Yeah, man, like I did the same thing. I worked in security for a long time. I had to focus, you know what I mean? And I was a field supervisor for a long time, so uniform inspections were like very common, right? I gotta show up on site, make sure everybody in uniform. And so like you notice everything. Like I can notice your fucking socks, right? I notice the shoelaces, I notice your shoes, I notice everything, top to bottom. Like we just have to, right? And it's just like, all right, cool. So again, I don't need to know what fucking underwear you have on, bruh. Like, pull your pants up. I'm never gonna stop screaming that. And ladies, stop wearing bonnets to these damn interviews. Okay, can y'all stop that shit? Y'all driving me crazy.
Or when they
That
like
shit.
you supposed to be in it, you supposed to be taken seriously, but baby girl, your jeans are so tight that we can see everything. Like, you come on now. That's the
Girl,
difference between you being
yo,
comfortable and you being like,
there's a difference. There's
okay,
a difference if you just showed up, right, and you was wearing like, I don't know, maybe some Dickies or maybe like some loose jeans or whatever, or even some jeans. I'll take some goddamn jeans. Stop showing up with bonnets on and leggings, see-through leggings, bro. What's wrong with you?
mm-hmm.
It's a job interview. You know what the purpose of a job interview is, right? Like you're supposed to be bringing your best. Now I ain't expecting you to be in a CEO fucking style suit. You don't need to do all that, but just wear some clean clothes and look decent. I'm tired of the see-through fucking the see-through leggings and the pants around, like the pants half around your ass. Like, what are you doing? Like you're at a
Because
place of work.
one of my homeboys and his girl asked me if I could get him a job interview. I'm like, all right, cool. So just like you said, I put my name in the hat. Like, all right, we gonna at least look at their resume. All right.
Mhm.
When they showed up, I looked at how they were both dressed. I'm like I like look at here's I gave him like look, here's $20. What's this for? Just go home. Like, what you mean? This
Mhm.
$20 for your gas. You are not. They're gonna look at you. Not even with my recommendation, based on how y'all dress. They're not even gonna take you seriously. So just go home.
Oh, I stopped putting my neck out there for people. I got burned way too many damn times. Either people don't want to show up to work, or people want to try to show up to work looking half crazy. Nah, dog. Sitting there, oh, well, AJ, it's just a warehouse. What do I need to be dressed? Dress like I could take you fucking seriously. That's all I'm asking. I ain't asking you to be in here working this warehouse job in a damn suit. I don't need you to do that. Just put some, I don't know, wear some jeans. I don't care if you wear sweatpants. I don't give a fuck. Wear a clean shirt.
Yeah.
Look the part. If you're working in an office, then yeah, you probably need to wear a collared shirt. At least it'll help. But nah, I had people showing up with I had one guy show up skinny jeans on, probably his sister's jeans, not even around his ass, like more around his thighs, so everything hanging out. And he got a pot sweatshirt on, a pot leaf sweatshirt on. Like, this is a job interview. Who told you this
Walking
was
here.
okay?
I'm like, bro, you look like a pregnant. I'm like, bro, you look like a candy apple. What are you doing?
Like, out here looking fucking crazy. Like, what are you doing?
And
Again,
honestly,
do I
AJ,
care that
I
you
actually
smoke weed?
like those guys coming in the club
Yeah,
because guess what? They gonna sit there. They gonna have one hand on them pants to keep them up and one hand to swing with. I got two free
that
hands.
part. That part. That's what I'm telling them. I'm like, yo, it's kind of like dress, dress. When you go to work, like you should have some level of common decency. I don't care what you're doing on your day off. Do what you want on your day off. Just dress normally when you here. Like, I
Well,
don't think that that's weird.
because I would never really tell a woman what not to wear or what to wear. But between the bonnets, big, you show them to a job interview. Why do you have on flip flops?
I normally don't. Right? I normally don't. But especially to a warehouse, they do that shit all the time to a warehouse. Why the hell you gonna wear flip flops to your job interview in a warehouse? Like somebody make that make sense. But or a factory or whatever the fuck. Like, what are you doing? Exactly. Put a belt on. Wear some. You know what I mean? Not like you have to wear a fucking skirt to go in there, but wear some fucking dress. Go to Walmart. It'll cost you like less than $30 to go pick up some Dickie jeans or Dickie pants in like a clean shirt if you don't have one.
Mm.
Because some of y'all I don't trust know how to use a washing machine. I'll keep it 100. I don't think most of y'all know how to use a washing machine. I don't.
Or shower on a regular basis because you can smell funk up on the good smell of cologne and perfume.
Oh yes, don't get me started on that. Also, if you a grown ass man, please stop wearing fucking Axe body spray. Understand especially women like me. I'm clowning you the whole time because I don't understand how a grown man, you ain't graduated from middle school yet. Like you smell like middle school. It's weird. And you a grown man. Just saying. Don't do that.
Man, that just showed my age because I wasn't wearing that in middle school. Whoa.
I'm just saying, like, well, I mean,
Yeah,
it
that
came
proves I
out
got you by a few
when I was
years
in
there.
high school. Yeah, a few years, but I was like, yeah, that shit came out when I was like in middle school, whatever. And like, it was all the rage. I hated the way that shit smelled because it always mixes with ass and then just smells like ass spray. Don't matter how much you put on it, it just stinks. But it's like, bro, you didn't even graduate to cool water. Like, I feel like cool
Now,
water
see,
pretty old school.
I would actually do like the deodorant if I ain't got nothing else, like, cause I usually keep deodorant and stuff in my car, cause you
Oh yeah,
never
you
quite
have to
know.
though. So I used to keep it in my car, but it gets too hot here in Colorado in the summertime. That shit just felt. If I had $1 for every like arm deodorant, I done melted in my car. I was like, oh shit. But I
But that's
always
why I
keep one
switched to
like
Arm&
near the
Hammer.
desk at work and stuff. Even those, bro, be melting. I'm like, bro, what the fuck? So I usually just keep one like in my desk at work. Like, yeah, you gotta keep them. Keep one in my desk. Keep one in my house. Keep one in a go bag. Like, I was just like,
Cause I be
man, I
watching
do all this shit.
folks, dudes and females come to like job interviews for like dirty fingernails. I'm like, bruh, if you don't clip them nails,
Don't clip them nails. Look presentable. Comb your hair at least. Do something. Well, I guess you don't have
I'm
to comb
just
your hair
like,
because y'all think it's acceptable to go to work with a fucking bonnet on, looking
cause
like you just
I,
rolled out of bed. Like, nah, bro.
cause in a sense I'm not a germaphobe, but I am like, bruh, if you got that much dirt up on your nails, that's pretty much indicating that you didn't even really wash your whole hand yet. Like, don't hand me nothing.
Don't hand me nothing. Don't
Don't
shake my
shake my
hand.
hand.
Don't even touch me. Actually, COVID, or I don't even know, the pandemic, right? The vid taught me that definitely solidified me shaking hands with anybody. When the news had to tell people how to wash their hands, it was over. I don't want to shake nobody's hand. I'm good.
Now,
I
this
can't trust
where
y'all
I'm
know how
gonna
to wash
sound
your hands
racist.
correctly.
This is where I'm gonna sound kind of racist. We ain't never had that issue.
Maybe I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, I think I get what I'm saying about that one, right?
I get what you're saying. Yeah, I get what you're putting down, but I'm just saying.
Because when I started find out when I found about that, then I realized why most weddings happen in the summertime. I'm like, oh, you got to be you tell me y'all lying. Ain't no way.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Telling you, these people weird, bro. Like I'm like I can't not. And again, I'm not a germaphobe at all by any means. I just don't. I have a thing where I don't like things on my hands really. Like, you know what I mean? It's the same reason why, like, you'll never catch me eating that McRib from McDonald's. Okay, that whole sandwich gives me anxiety. How the hell are you supposed to eat that and not get that shit on your hands? And I've tried the knife and fork. I still end up sticky somehow. I don't like sticky.
Do you eat pickles or red hots?
Mm-mm. Nope.
Oh yeah, you serious about it?
Yeah, nah, I can't. Yeah, I
I
don't
just
like.
can't do McDonald's when I find out what that. I don't even know what to even call it. That when I find out it's not actual real meat, and now they doing these
Uh,
TikToks where
well, I know
so
that
you
was it Burger King has that Impossible Whopper or whatever. I wouldn't eat that, to be honest. That's very questionable to me because it's supposed to be a plant-based burger that bleeds. Like I ain't eating that shit.
I thought something was up when they was selling all them chicken nuggets so cheap.
That too.
Like,
So I'm like,
what?
I don't really be eating fast food like that, but still, like every now, I think the most fast food I probably eat is, and I mean, I'm kind of bold, so it's alright. Y'all can give it to me. I usually like if I am eating fast food, it's probably either Popeyes or Taco Bell. Other than that,
Yeah,
I
you
don't eat a
got
lot of
me
fast
beat
food.
on that one.
Yeah, I was like the Taco Bell usually
Taco.
is the kicker for most people. They're like, nah, bro, how you eat that? Your stomach's not fucked up. I'm like, I don't know, I got an iron stomach. It don't do shit to me.
I used to eat. I used to eat Taco Bell back in the day, but at one point where I live at, we got we had like one Taco Bell and one KFC at one point. But the Taco Bell had a Hispanic manager and all black people working there, and
Hmm.
KFC had a black manager and all Hispanics. And when I tell
Alright,
you the food was always on point,
food was
your
always on
order
point.
never got messed up. You didn't get a flat soda or nothing.
Yeah,
I'm like, how does this work?
they just know, bro. Like I think it's just worth ethic at the end of the day. I don't know why people would want a plant-based burger, but it still looks and tastes like ham. It can
Mm-mm,
taste like a
mm-mm.
hamburger all it wants. I'm not gonna fucking trust that. I promise you that. Like, because the thing is, I don't know what else is in it. So for all I know, I could be eating something that could be causing problems further down the road. I don't trust it. What's up,
Yep.
Hanson?
That's why I don't eat like imitation
What's
crab
up?
meat or bacon bits or any of that mess. Like, nope.
Nope. That and what's everybody's obsession with sea moss? Like, I'm an islander and we don't even eat that shit. Like, I don't understand. Everybody's like,
Well,
I'm
that,
addicted to sea moss. It's
it's a
supposed to be
trend to
healthy.
an extent.
This shit, I don't
It's a
think is
trend
good
for
for
some
you in
people.
that large quantities like that.
It was the same thing like when everybody was all up on chia seeds until they found out that that it's not good for you to eat all that.
That part, I'm like, why y'all keep doing that? Lentil poisoning.
I mean,
TM.
eating what?
Actually, yeah.
Chia
Lentil
chia
poisoning.
seeds.
What's a chia seed?
You know the stuff that you see on the chia pets. The people put that in their food and stuff and like that to help like fill up their stomach. It's supposed to be good for weight loss, and they found that it is bad. Yeah, you're not supposed to consume them like that.
Mm-hmm.
But it was
You're supposed to like,
it was a big thing for a minute.
yeah, a couple years ago. I remember that. I remember that because I remember I was going to see a dietitian, and that's when they told me I had to be on like, I'd eat like three according because like my whole life I've always been quote unquote underweight, even though I don't think that there's a problem with where my weight is normally. Right, I'm a smaller framed human. Right, I'm not supposed to be gigantic. Right. But
Yeah,
when I was seeing my dietitian at that time, they were just like, yeah, incorporate a lot of chia seeds. You had to eat 3,000 calories a day. Like that diet was crazy. I had to eat 3,000 calories a day. I had to drink 6 protein shakes, double scoop protein
damn.
every day. Like, and that
Was
wasn't
your
including the 3,000 calories on top of that I had to eat.
was your doctor the
Go ahead,
same
sweetie.
one that went after Hansel and Gretel?
wouldn't surprise me, bro. But the thing is like all that did shoot my. Believe it or not, that shit does shoot your lymphatic system. Like protein powders are not good for you at all. Those are like the worst things you can possibly put in your body, along with that creatine shit. All that C4 everybody's consuming, I'm like, that shit's terrible for you. That's all synthetic adrenaline.
I'm still trying, maybe because I'm using common sense. I'm still stuck on the chia seed thing. Like
Yeah,
it
I didn't
never
do the
crossed
chia
my
seed
mind to
thing.
eat that. Y'all just told me
No,
about something. Well, it's new to me anyway.
yeah,
Don't do
yeah,
it.
no,
It's
that
not.
chia
It's
seed
not.
was
Yeah, it's not good.
legit,
It's not good
but
for you.
I didn't like the way it tasted, so I think I only did it once, and I was like, nah, y'all violent for that. I ain't doing that.
Because when
That to me
when
that
it
makes
gets
about as much
water,
sense
it
as a Todd
expands.
challenge. That's like to me like when people were taking like that Tide Pod challenge.
Oh no, that's just people being special. No, like cheese seeds, like
Yeah.
you can consume them. It's just like they expand in your stomach when they get wet. You know, it's like people would
Then
put them
why
in
can't you just
yogurt and stuff like that. But
and
it
why
was causing blockages, in your colon.
Mm-hmm.
so you better eat a chia seed when we got normally grown rice.
Have water. Eat rice. I think it
Hmm.
just kind of depends. Well, I think it depends on the person because, like, I don't think the way that I digest rice is the same way as other people. But I think it's just from generations and generations of just eating it. Like, it doesn't really expand like that in my stomach. But I
Yeah,
think it also depends on the cut of rice because you have long grain, short grain, and then medium grain. So depending on what grain you're eating, it'll do the same thing.
At least from my understanding, I'm not a nutritionist or nothing like that, but
Mm-hmm.
for the most part, as long as you eat stuff in moderation, that's natural food. Unless
You're
the deception
supposed
of
to
like
get it
people
from
who,
natural food.
yeah, the deception of
Yeah,
those
we're
who
supposed to.
have a gluten allergy or diabetic, I can see the difference. But
Yeah. Well, no,
just
it's like the whole
eat
keto
normal
thing
food.
is a whole farce because keto just forces your body into ketoacidosis, which is something diabetics go through and they're hospitalized for. So yeah, you're gonna drop weight very quickly, but you're forcing your body into an extreme to do so.
yeah. And then when
That's why
you
I'm like, I
stop
don't.
doing it, you put it all back.
It's a problem. You gain it all right back. So it's just like ketoacidosis. Keto is not good for you.
It's also like a
I
lot of
thought
people.
about it, but go ahead, big dog.
Oh, no worries. It's like with people that smoke. It when you smoke it curbs your hunger, and when people quit, they get that hunger back, and they put on weight when they quit smoking.
hmm That's true. That is
And
true.
that one, that's because most people who, if you smoke, you sitting around not doing nothing. So even if you stop smoking and you eating the same
hmm
amount of like heavy foods, because I quit at one point and I still wasn't eating all those heavy foods and I ain't gained no weight.
Yeah. I mean, I don't gain weight like normal people do anyway. So like I'm like the kid that sits on the couch, eats a cake and loses weight. Like that makes no sense. Um, but again, dietary like when it comes to diet, like at the end of the day, I don't like the farce of everybody has to be built the exact same and everybody has to look the same. Like there's different types of bodies, people come from different places that has to be taken into account, right? Like
Oh
I'm a
yeah,
Yeah.
very tiny person. I have an Asian build. It's gonna look weird if I'm 134, 140 pounds. You know what I mean? I'm gonna look like I'm more overweight, which in my case it's all muscle, right? At that time. So then I just look really bulky when I don't have to. Like I'm not supposed to weigh that.
right.
I was good at my 125, 130. Like a soft
That's the
130.
thing. Like
Like that
if
was
you don't
fine.
have the frame for that, that's gonna be hurting your
hmm
joints, having you do extra, have your heart work extra to pump, to
hmm
pump blood to stay in the third. Like nah, like what is you
Absolutely.
doing?
Well, I hate the whole
Now
thing
as
with
long
the
as you
doctors. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
It's the same way. Everybody ain't supposed to be walking around here looking like Al Roker and Al Sharpton with that, looking like a hedgehog, grown
That
head
part.
and middle school body. That's not making any sense to me.
That part. That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. I'm like, we gotta put that into account because not everybody's built the same and comes from the same place. Like where I come from, people are smaller framed. We don't need to weigh that much. That doesn't mean that I'm any less strong than somebody who does, right? I worked in
Right.
warehouses pretty much my whole life. And when I graduated from high school, I weighed 115 pounds. I had no problem throwing weight or loading trucks or doing anything else. Like, yeah, I gained a little bit. If anything, I was just probably way more toned than anything. But the muscle was still there. It didn't stop me, right? But when they
Well,
were like, oh, well, you need to gain weight. You got to eat this many calories. You need to go to the gym. And then I had to start lifting weights. And weightlifting, like, that shit's terrible for your body, too. Like, why do you think bodybuilders don't live that long? They
on
don't.
that case, that's because a lot of them would instead of their anabolic rate be all over the place. Because instead of
Yeah,
them
because of
actually
the
just,
diet.
it's not really the diet. It's the anabolics they keep using.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. A
Because
lot of
Well,
using roids and other supplements that so they can get bigger.
yeah, that's true.
a lot of them guys don't do it. They don't wean themselves
But
off of
the
stuff.
but the
Hmm.
diet
They
itself is not healthy either, right? Like the diet I was on, yes, it's 3,000 calories a day, but it's a lot of heavy. It's heavy in fat and protein, right? Which doesn't really leave a whole lot of room for anything else because now I have to count macros. I got to hit calories and imagine trying to eat 3,000 calories in one day. That's a lot of food
Yeah.
in within itself for one person. Like you're gonna try to make your
not
treats anywhere you can.
not really, but where it messes up a lot of people, they want you to get these calories, but they're healthy. You can get the same amount of calories by eating like a thing of ice cream, but you're gonna be hungry in about 20 minutes.
Well, true.
Like,
Well, sort of. So like if you take like a quarter pounder with cheese, fries, and make that a large with I don't know, a Dr. Pepper. That's only 350 calories. That's it.
Yeah.
Right. 350. Right. And
Well, 'cause-
then
wait a
having to
minute, what?
eat, yeah, that's only 350 calories.
Miss AJ, who
That's
told
not
you
even
that
a thousand.
nonsense?
No, it's not even 1,000. It's not 1,000.
when you go to McDonald's, here in California, they all have the nutritional, the calories right next to every meal.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
350 is what it is with a large. That's only
Okay, now see,
350.
this is where I'm gonna say that's I'm gonna raise the BS flag on that one because the reason why I'm saying that is because one, I want y'all to think about something. If you get a large Coke, right? A large
Hmm.
Coke, and they say on the label it's label 130. Explain to me how you can get a canned Coke and it's like 360 and up. Like the volume should not go up that much. You see what I'm saying? Because you drinking more of
Yes,
it.
but yes,
That's
but
where I'm not
majority of that is
understanding.
ice. Well, majority of it's ice. So when you order a large, you're actually getting the same amount as you would if you were getting a small. It's just the amount of ice they put in the drink. That's why.
Yeah.
Okay,
Because
and
It's
if
the
you
I
amount
have
of
a
ice.
can.
actually,
You
I have a.
calculate the ice and everything into it. Yeah. Go ahead,
I
Hansel.
have
My
a.
bad.
No, you're good. I have a because I haven't. I just realized I had a can of Pepsi right here. Yeah, it says 150 calories. For a 12-ounce can.
Yeah.
I
Like you
guess
would
they
think
ain't
it's a
changed
lot,
it.
but
I guess they ain't
yeah.
changed it from when I was like really working out like crazy. And when I was
Yeah.
when I started like losing weight, it was like 290 and up. Like, so yeah, let me go
Hmm.
and get rid of this.
Yeah. Yeah, no, they, they
Cause
they
like,
made certain cuts because of the nutritional aspect of it, right? Because I mean, if you think about it, I think when the Obamas were in, Michelle was on
Yes.
that whole kick of you know, these things are making children fat essentially.
Yeah.
Um, you know, obesity and things. So they changed the amount of calories that they put in things. That's why if you go and you get a large quarter pounder with cheese at McDonald's, it's only 350 calories. Where before all of that happened, yeah, that would have easily been over 1,000, easily. Where now it's only 350. That's it.
I still
Yeah.
think that's funny because like if you look at like the size of things nowadays, a large
Hmm.
fry back in the day is like you could be eating on that for like a day and a half. Now a
That
large, you
part.
got like 5 fries in there.
Yep.
Like, hold something ain't right.
That's what I'm saying. Like it's
Hold
changed, and like the
It
only
still
reason
costs the
why I
same
know how
too.
much
no, it went
that's the
up.
fucked up part. Well, that's the thing. Yeah, everything's gone up, but the only reason why I know how many calories are in things. Granted, I don't do the 3,000 calorie a day diet anymore. Fuck that. Right? Like that completely destroyed my relationship with food. Um, for a long time, but is because I had to calorie count everything. Right? I had to make sure that I was hitting that in order to gain the weight to hit the goal. Well, actually, the 3,000 was technically to maintain the weight. Right? It was 4,000 when I was gaining. So add another 1,000 to that. That's how many calories I had to consume in order to gain. And then I was told essentially the only really workouts that I could do is I had to do less cardio and do just more lifting. Which I'm just like, I'm not even built like that. Like, you know what I mean?
You know what?
I'm a very active person.
Okay, when I was in the Marines, right, my weight was supposed to be between 195 and 210. When
Yep.
I actually dropped down to that weight and my PT score went down. I got
Yep.
up to like 235 when my PT score went up.
Well, and that was
You
so
looking at me like,
it's funny you say
you
that
looking at
because
me
the
like
whole
that?
reason why I started gaining weight was to join the Marine Corps. That's what they told me what weight I had to be in. They were like, "Yeah, you're way underweight. You need to hit this weight class." I was like,
No,
"Ah, fuck."
your recruiter was an idiot because my rack mate at boot camp, he's the only reason why I remember my first name because
Hmm.
his last name is Clay. That's what they
Yeah.
call me when I'm at home.
Yeah.
This dude worked. I feel like this. He had on double extra small PT shorts, and they were still too big on him. Right?
What the hell?
They had him on triple rations. So we eat
Yep.
3 times a day. He still didn't
Yep.
gain
Those
no weight.
MREs. No joke.
Like,
Well,
I'm saying,
sometimes people just
now
have
that,
high metabolisms.
Well, that's my case. I have a very high metabolism.
Yeah.
dude,
And you're
like
active.
he got his teeth pulled at boot camp, right?
Yeah.
So he ain't really
His
had nothing
blister.
in the front.
Hmm.
No, the teeth in the front, not the back.
Oh, they pulled him? What the hell?
Yeah, and I felt bad for him because he was in his rack crying about it. Like, I can't do nothing for him, but like, bro, it's gonna be all right. But with Trip
Hmm.
that's all out one day, it was one of the few times because I was early child, which
Hmm.
means I gotta run, eat first. So this way, me and my other buddy could watch the weapons while the rest of the platoon and sitting down eating because they couldn't have weapons in the chow hall. But
Hmm.
this one day, I'm sitting there and I actually got to sit down with my whole platoon. I'm right in front of Clee,
Hmm.
and they brought him like 4 steaks, and he sat there and ate all 4 of them with no
Hmm.
teeth in the front, and he didn't
Oh
turn his
shit.
head to the side or nothing like that.
Hmm.
And we all sitting there like, even the drill instructors are like, how is he eating it and where is he putting it?
Yep.
Like he was the only one in my platoon that was allowed to eat ice cream the whole time we was at boot camp. He never put on
Damn.
weight.
That
Yeah,
part.
lucky guy.
Right? Yeah, my
Like,
recruiters were like up my ass about gaining weight.
and
Yeah,
speaking of
They was
which,
up
like
my
you
ass.
say, I got down to 195, right? Right before I went down
Hmm.
to MEPS to weigh in. So I ain't
Hmm.
really eating nothing. Once I got weighed in, I went down to the cafeteria, and I'm not lying to you. I ate 4 triple cheeseburgers, 2 apple pies, 5 things of fries, 2 milkshakes, and I was eating another apple pie when I walked back into the recruiting office. It's like
Mhm.
I was that hungry.
Mhm.
And when my recruiter, he like, nah, you playing? Like, nah, for real. Like because normally you don't spend no money on that. I actually spent my own money to get extra food. I was that hungry.
Yeah.
So when I stepped on the scale, I actually lost 8 more pounds.
Mhm.
And he can look at my receipt and see that I ate all this food. And the recruiter
Mhm.
that took me down there, the, the aide, he like, yeah, he
Mhm.
was eating when I came in there, and he was eating when I left.
Yep.
Like, so yeah, it's possible for
It's
even a guy my
possible.
size, but
Damn. That's what I was saying. But yeah, that's what part of what pushed me all the way over was being on those very high calorie, high protein diets is what shot my system. And then I ended up getting sick before I left before I was supposed to leave for basics. So I was just like, because I had gone to MEPS, everything was cool, everything was great, and then I got sick. And I was hospitalized, and they were just like, and now I'm dealing with this now on the back end, where I'm just like, damn, dude, if I would have never done that, I would have been fine, right?
Yeah.
yes,
Plus, also too with the doctors, they're like, oh, well, because your height, you should be X amount of pounds.
Yep.
Like for my height,
Oh
I'm
yeah.
5'11", and they're like, oh, you should be 165. I'm like, there's no way in heck I don't weigh no 165.
Hmm.
But I'm also considered morbidly obese. I'm like,
Nah. And I don't agree with that rhetoric. Like, I agree. Yes, of course, I think everybody should try to have or strive to have a healthy lifestyle, but I don't think everybody has to be a target weight, right? Based off just your height. Because, like I said, I am like in my family, I'm probably one of the tallest, and I'm not that tall. I'm maybe I'm 5'3 3/4",
oh
right?
wow,
And I have doctors telling me that I'm supposed to weigh, 100, 140, 145. So I'm like, how am I supposed to weigh that when I struggle to even get to 130? Can
yeah,
you like how am I supposed to hold this? I got an Asian build. I got small. I'm tiny framed. I'm gonna tip over, right? Like that's a lot of work on my joints, a lot of work on my body. Like,
yeah,
you know what I mean? Where before I would have that issue. Like I said, I didn't have a problem picking things up before when I weighed 115 pounds, and these were things 3 times my weight. Sometimes I worked at UPS, had a load. You know what I mean? I was loading trucks then.
yeah.
You're lifting everything from every little thing, and a lot of the time it's not the big packages that are heavy. It's the tiny things. It's a
Mm-hmm.
box that's like no bigger than your hand. That's the heavy thing. You got to move that around and stack that. And I had no problems doing that. And at the time, I only weighed like maybe 115, 120. I was really fine. No, you're underweight. You gotta do all the. Oh fuck. Okay. And I listened and I tried and I got sick. You know.
Well, I'm glad you
So.
decided to go against it.
Oh, I'm good now. I mean, I kind of took that as a sign. I was like, okay, well, I gave it a shot. I wanted to be a Marine. I tried. It didn't work. That's okay. I'm not mad at it. Clearly, there must be. I must have a different purpose. That's all I took that as. I didn't
Right?
take it hard. But again, I also had family who were also in different branches of the military, including the Marines. So me making that decision was not misguided. I wasn't going in there to play hero. Like they were just like, this
yeah,
is what it is, and this is what you're gonna deal with. They were very honest with having that conversation with me. So they're like, if it doesn't work out, that's what they say all the time, at least in my family, because a lot of us have tried and either something came up, something medical came up, or whatever else, and that's just what they say. They're just like, well, you're probably destined to do something else. Okay, cool. It's not a big deal. At least I tried. At least I gave it my all, right? That's what I like
Right.
to say.
yeah.
That's all you
So I'm
can
just
do.
like, at least I tried. At least I tried, man. It's okay. I'm gonna go do something else. It's fine. And again, I'm getting my mobility and stuff back now, right? But I lost mobility not because of all the diet. I lost mobility because of the medication the hospital was giving me that I was allergic to. Because prior to all this, I never took anything stronger than an ibuprofen. Now they're
Yeah,
giving
nah,
me,
cause
crazy steroids. Like, that's gonna fuck anybody up.
Yeah, and also steroids too. I've seen lots of people take steroids and stuff, and it makes you gain weight. You know,
Oh, it did the opposite for me. I lost it. I lost a bunch of weight.
really.
I went from weighing what, like, I think my last weigh in before I was sick was like I was at 138. By the time I expelled all of these things out of my system and everything else, I weighed 85 pounds.
Wow.
Like, I dropped weight rapidly. Like, I was just like, I don't know what else is wrong. But I mean, I've been on holistics ever since, and everything seems to be going back to normal. It's just getting my system back there. So it's just like, all right, cool. But yeah,
I ain't gonna
that's
lie.
not good for you, man. That's why I always preach. I'm like, dude, I am very anti protein powder, anti the creatine shit. Like, none of that shit's good for you. Get your shit through your diet. Eat correctly. Like,
Mm-hmm.
eat right. That's the best shit. Everybody I know that has lost weight has done that. They just eat right. They eat right and they're active. It's not a diet. There's no one pill fits all, so on and so forth. They're like, am I wrong, CD?
Nah, cause like I said, I think I brought it up beforehand. I told my sister-in-law just change little stuff, cut out the sodas, go for Crystal Light, and like literally she lost maybe like 150 pounds in 3 months. Like
Oh yeah,
it came off of her. I
yep.
thought she was on something extra. Like, nah, I just stuck to the diet that you gave me.
That part. What's up, Formiga?
Hey, good morning. Are
Hi.
we talk?
Unc,
Are we talking my language?
We are. We're talking about working
What's
out.
good with you?
Yes, what's
Health.
that? Happy New Year. Y'all talking my language.
That was
Every,
good.
Yeah.
everybody runs from this conversation.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I was talking about
What?
diets and things that I think are horse shit and facades that people are gonna find out later are actually more detrimental to them than anything else.
Are you talking about how I went to the gym yesterday and I didn't recognize nobody in the gym?
Oh Lord, not that. I mean, everybody's got that New Year's resolution, so gyms are gonna be packed until at least March.
Well, I don't
Yo,
know.
until
But
people get
once
tired of
everybody
doing
Nah,
it.
2 weeks, bro. 2 weeks, and everybody starts going back to the old ways.
yep.
I'm I'm in Colorado, so I'll give it till like March for like the last ones to fall off. Because what it is going to start with a bunch of people trying to work out, and then it'll move to the Instagram models, right? The ones that just be on machines taking pictures,
Mm-hmm.
and then you're gonna deal with the Mr. Hyphies, and then they all fall off, and then you good. Then you back in the gym,
How
and
about the
everything's open
ones?
again.
How about the ones that smell like old biscuits?
Yeah, we don't talk about them.
Okay.
I try to avoid that. I try to pretend they don't exist until I have to go to the gym.
They forget they come in pretty as hell and they forget to put on underarm deodorant. That is hilarious.
That part. What were we just
Damn
talking about?
it.
That keep some in your car.
Yo.
Or they got on that 60s outfit, big and small for no reason. Like, bro, why you got on this big shirt and them little shorts in here? Who you trying to impress?
Looking like
Mm-hmm.
welcome back Carter or some shit, right?
Of course, you got all the girls in their leggings. You can always tell the ones that are gonna turn into the Instagram types.
They be
They got
having
the
two
TikTok
two
leggings
sizes,
on.
right? They have three sizes too small, a little too early before they put the work in. That is hilarious.
That part. Well, what are you doing? Fix it. How's that? But
Damn.
I mean, I'm always an advocate. Like, I think a healthy, balanced diet is gonna be your best bet if when it comes in terms of eating. But understand that you gotta know your body type. For somebody like me who's got a fast metabolism, yeah, it may seem like on the surface I can eat anything and I'll be fine. That's not the case. If I eat a lot of fatty foods and fast foods, I'm gonna lose weight faster than anything else.
Must be nice to be
I
young,
gotta
huh?
eat balanced shit. I wish. No, this shit's a curse. Everybody was like, "Oh, it's gonna slow down when you turn 30." I'm gonna be 32. It ain't slowing down. We
It'll
still
come. It'll come. If you build it, they will come.
Mine slowed down once
that
I hit
word.
21.
See, I
Yeah,
was saying, I'm like, I don't know.
all it takes is the wrong sandwich, and I'm going the other direction.
Oh no, not the wrong sandwich. Yeah, I was like, man,
I guess
I'm
I'm
that
lucky.
person.
When I actually do work out, my weight drop off quick, and I'm knocking on 40.
That's nice. I mean, how
See,
far y'all got into this discussion? Because you was talking about avoiding creatine and whey protein and all that stuff. How far are we going into this? Like, what are we taking? What
we can
supplements are
go
we
as
taking?
far as you want to go into it. I'm just saying, I don't think those things are not. I'm not saying I think. I know for a fact those things are not healthy for you. None of that's healthy for you.
Then they're not healthy for you.
Mm-mm.
That's like the worst shit you could put in your body is those things. Like
I mean, they
Unless
don't.
you make a natural protein shake.
natural
Yeah,
protein would be, eggs, beef, not that whey protein. Any of that powdered protein is not good for you.
it's
It's
not.
because of where it decides it wants to hang out in your body. It's not it doesn't get metabolized the same. So a lot of
It
the time where
doesn't.
it likes to hang out is it hangs out in the muscles and then it'll eventually hang out in your joints. And you'll start having joint pain.
Which is
That's what it
crazy because
does.
I got a bottle of protein right here in front of me.
Yeah. And then you got creatine on the other hand, right?
Nah, nah, nah.
Creatine is synthetic adrenaline, and you're supposed to sweat every drop of that back out of your body. That's why I don't understand why everybody's obsessed with these C4 energy drinks. I'm like, that's all creatine.
Well, well,
Those
depending on which
pre-workout
type of
drinks,
creatine, the type of
you'll sweat that shit
creatine
out.
you get, like a lot of it, like the ones when back in the day, that type of creatine, all I did was give you, it helps you retain water. That's all it was for. Because
That
when
part.
I see guys take
Which
they
is,
break from creatine, they deflate. Because a lot of bodybuilders they
they,
do that, to cut up. They get off
yeah,
creatine maybe like a month or two before a competition,
yeah.
and I'm looking like,
So like, and again, I'm somebody who used to use both, right? Obviously. So like when I would use creatine, right? Like the problem with creatine is what I've seen a lot of the time happen with guys is they go in there and because it's fake synthetic adrenaline, they think they can lift more than anything else. They end up shredding their muscles, right? Like I know
Yep.
guys that have shredded their pec muscles, their arms, everything else because they're drinking all that creatine. They think they can lift all that. And you just shred everything, and then the
now
the
that's
comeback
ego
from that
lifting.
to start over. That's the point, right? But a lot of young guys are ego lifting. Let's be real, they ego lifting
Oh yeah, they
most of the
showing
time.
off,
So yeah, they showing off in there.
especially the
Um,
younger cats.
yeah, oh, 1,000%. And so like that's the thing where it's just like that shit's not good for you. That's why you gotta sweat out a bunch of it, right? Me, I found out the hard way. I'm actually allergic to that shit.
Ooh,
Like you want to turn me into a demon, like a very aggressive demon that's super hyper focused on something? Give me something with creatine in it. I'll be the most focused. I will figure out everything, do it in little to no time, but I'm gonna be a complete and total demon about it.
damn.
I'll tell you that.
That's the same way with the muscle milk too. Like people drinking that muscle milk. I'm like, that's not good.
Well, that's got all the powdered protein in it. That's why
Mm-hmm.
Nothing is good unless you eat whole foods that it has one ingredient in it.
that part. You said it right there. It's gotta have one ingredient in it.
You don't understand what I go through. People
Food.
argue about the nutrition, and then
Sorry.
people
You're
argue,
supposed to
and
get your
then
nutrients from food, not the other way around.
you got to see these people in the gym that they go in and they do a set in like 5 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm like, bro, you want to relax?
You're supposed to get it from that.
Understand?
And that's the thing. That's Shit's not healthy. That shit is not healthy. But again, everybody wants a quick fix to everything. Nobody really wants to do the work. So, hey, I heard if I drink all these protein powders, I'll get big. Okay,
I mean, you know that there's
you
natural
gonna
ways
hurt
to cheat the
later. The
system,
older
right?
you's gonna regret that. Tell you that.
You can cheat the system with natural stuff too. I don't know. I have a
Oh
weird
yeah.
workout. I have a weird setup in the morning. I start my day by drinking 2 spoons of castor oil and then sea moss. So if you're not on that level, then it's hard to have a conversation. Understand?
I mean, I don't
I
do the
just
sea moss only just because as an islander, I never ate that, so I don't even know what that is. Like, I don't know why people are ingesting it. I don't have a problem with people ingesting it. I just don't necessarily understand the high doses of ingesting it, I guess.
I mean,
I'm like, I don't really know what that does.
it's a natural supplement, right? That the first thing that you do when you eat sea moss is that you might get a runny nose, right? And that's an indication that you have phlegm inside of your lungs, you have phlegm inside of your esophagus. So that's it's an indicator. So it just goes through your system and lets you know right away some things that you may need to know that you're going the wrong direction with some of the nutrition that you're eating. But you're right, you have
Hmm.
to know what the hell you're doing before you start throwing shit in your system like that, you know?
Yeah. Well, and that's like the thing. Like, I feel like, it's hard to sometimes look stuff up on the internet because it's only gonna, if you look up protein powders on the internet, it's gonna say it's healthy, right?
Yeah.
You talk to
That's
any
sad.
actual
That's sad.
legitimate person who knows anything about diet and nutrition, they're gonna tell you that is the worst shit you can put in your body, right? But that's what it is. Same thing. Like, it's hard to do research when it comes to like
Oh,
things that
yeah,
are
I got to drop.
trending.
I'll
Stuff
stand back.
like this. Go ahead.
Nice to have you back.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but it's like the same thing with like the whole CMOS thing, right? Like, I can go and research it. It's going to give me 5 million benefits, but I'm like, okay, but what's the long-term effects of it if it's consumed in high doses? Because I've seen people, dude, I have to have like my third thing of CMOS like
You don't
today.
need
Like
you don't need
that's a
all that.
lot.
You don't need all that.
That's a lot. What are you doing?
You don't need all that. You understand? The thing is that they don't want you to have that type of information because a lot of these things will eliminate doctors, will eliminate pills, will eliminate aftermarket shit. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't want you to have this education. They really don't.
Oh no, they definitely don't. And that's the thing, like, because I switched over to holistics, like, this is gonna be actually no, I switched over to holistics 3 years ago, so this is gonna be 4 years, 2014 or 2024. I don't even know what year it is. 2024. This is gonna be 4 years into just being strictly holistic. Like, I don't even take ibuprofen because I can't. So it's like I've been nothing but holistic. So it's like I'm learning this stuff, but even still, I gotta be careful on anything that's kind of mainstream because we don't know what it is. It's like the whole chia seed thing. Oh, chia seeds are so good for you. Oh, wait, no, it's not.
Yup.
What's your take? What's your take on chia seeds?
Chia seeds, they're not good for you. They clog up your colon.
But you knowing that, would you take something that can work with it?
I'd rather have something that's going to work with it. But again, I have also been somebody who had to replace and repair the gut flooring of my own stomach and intestines.
Oh,
And I did that through diet. And that takes a whole level of discipline to do that. Because you practically have to go like almost 100% vegan and completely, like all your food has to be pureed. And then you have to start over and slowly introduce everything back. That's a difficult diet. The alternative to that is actually quite gross, and I can tell you what that is. And that's
yeah.
when they take the feces of a healthy person and put that in your colon.
What?
Interesting.
Yeah, that's the healthy
What
way
the?
to replace the healthy bacteria in
Wow.
your stomach and in your colon and in your intestines.
Okay.
I
That's
was good on that alternative, and I was like, I'll just do the diet.
Right.
yeah, yeah. That's the true meaning of being full of shit.
Hmm. Well, that's what they'll do. Like, they'll take it from a healthy person and they'll put it in your body, so your body will not, it'll start growing the right bacteria, because that's the thing. When you're taking all these medications, you're ingesting all these things that aren't necessarily good for you, protein powders, everything else. It starts to unalive all of that bacteria, that healthy bacteria that's in your gut and in your, in the gut floor, in the colon and the intestine, all of that, the intestinal tract, everything. The bacteria there has to be good. If that's all messed up, yeah, your health is shot, dog. Like, at that point.
Wow. Wow.
But that
That's
diet's no joke.
that's interesting.
Yeah.
I just started taking hemp oil.
Hmm.
I went through all the other oils. I went through the black Cuban seed oil, castor oil. I use it for my skin. The benefit for chia for me is that I also use other supplements that work well to make sure that the chia doesn't stay residing in my stomach. So I need the chia seeds to clean the intestinal wall because as you eat garbage, I used to be really overweight. So I had a long term things that were stuck in my intestines. Like people don't understand this. Like we have organisms, metals, plastic things roaming around in our system, and sometimes they get stuck in our intestinal walls. So that gel that the chia turns into is like a vacuum. So it kind of
Hmm.
cleans the walls of the intestines. But you're right. You also need something else, something either a clean fiber or something else to flush out the chia seed. So it doesn't work by itself.
That part. That part. And that's the thing is like being on that diet like that sucked, right? Because I went from being, I'm very much a carnivore, very much, right? Even though I'm mostly pescatarian, but even still, with that being said, like going on that diet, like not being able to eat solid foods for a while, you're gonna drop weight, right? You're gonna drop weight because you're not eating solid food. And then everything you have to eat is probiotic, so it means I can't drink milk, but I can't drink milk, but I can eat yogurt, right? I can't eat cheese, but I can drink probiotic. Everything's probiotic, and then you slowly start bringing everything else back. You start with vegetables, bring that, so then you're vegetarian for a while, and then you can slowly start introducing meat back in. And the weird thing is that I used to love steak prior to this. I can't stand it now. It tastes weird.
I don't eat red meat. Once I found out, I mean, once in a while I'll eat it, but once I found out it takes about 3 to 5 days to digest red meat, if you're
Yep.
eating red meat twice a week, you're already behind the ball.
That part. And that was the thing. I was a avid red meat eater. Like I was eating steak like every other day, right? Where now is like I've done this diet and I probably only eat a steak maybe once a year.
If that,
Really?
right?
Yeah, I only eat steak once a year.
Okay.
Yeah. And it's not like it's conscientious. Like it's just like every now and again, like somebody be like, oh yeah, I'm making a steak. Oh, okay, whatever. I'll partake or whatever. But that's only once a year. Majority of the time, I'm pescatarian. I only eat fish. Like, I eat fish and eggs and stuff like that, but it's mostly fish, you know.
Have you
But
have you ever
again,
tried hemp oil, AJ?
hemp oils, I do them every now and again. Um, I don't do a lot of them, mostly just because I also smoke weed, so
Oh
I'm kind
shit.
of getting that anyway. Well, I eat
Yeah.
weed, I'll put it that way. So I'm getting it either way, but every now and
Yeah.
again I'll do the hemp oils and stuff. I usually use like the hemp lotions and stuff for pain. And I'll massage that in, but
That's
but the
good.
hemp oils are good too.
That's really good stuff. I'm doing the lion's mane, the turkey tails. I'm doing the sarsaparilla, the chlorella, spirulina. My shit in the morning is sick, bro. I don't think nobody, well, not nobody, but very few people can handle what I do in the morning, man. Like they'll be throwing up all over the place.
Yeah, it takes a tolerance. You got to build a
But
tolerance to a lot of that stuff. Like
all that
you
shit
can't
tastes
just switch.
crazy, man.
Yeah,
What about
well, that's
they say about ginger and all that stuff, the ginger root.
Ginger is
ginger's
ginger is
really good for you.
ginger's the most one of the most perfect things you could ingest.
So ginger is really good for digestive.
Good health.
It's good for your immune system, right? So like what I do is I do ginger, turmeric, and lemon, right?
Okay.
In the morning, and I brew it into a tea. But that's also really good. Turmeric is a natural anti-inflammatory, so if you have any type of joint issue, that's really good for you, right? The ginger, and I do ginger after I eat too at night before I go to bed, but the ginger is good for digestion, like I said. It's got all of those properties. And then the lemon also just boosts the immune system.
How you do the lemon?
How do I do? I just add the lemon to it.
I'm gonna give
Like,
you a suggestion, man. Take the lemons, put them into round slices, put it
Hmm.
in a separate place with water, and cook the lemon separately until it becomes an acidic
Hmm.
water, and then mix it with whatever you're putting.
Yeah, yeah. I could do that one too. I haven't thought about that one.
Throw some pineapple in there, some
Yeah, some
cucumber,
pineapples,
some
cucumbers.
celery.
Mm-hmm.
Those are all gut health stuff.
Yeah. If you didn't know, garlic is a natural antibiotic
It's yeah, garlic, cloves, and what's the other one? Garlic cloves. Those things are super strong. I don't understand why people sleep on herbs, man, and spices. Like, what's wrong with people, man, for real?
because people don't understand the properties of it, and to them, they just think it's a seasoning. And I'm
right?
just like, these things are actually healthy for you. And I'm not talking about garlic powder, like you need the actual garlic
No, for
itself.
real. You could chew on
Yeah.
garlic. You could chew on ginger. You could chew
Hmm.
on onions. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of things you could do.
Yeah, there's lots of things you can do. So it's just like you can do those types of things. Coconut also has a lot of good properties for you as well, right? Garlic's really good, or coconut's really good not only for your skin, right? It does have its properties, but again, I think people here like to overindulge and they do too much of one thing.
That's greedy.
Like I'm just like,
Yeah.
oh, I'll be doing all that. You don't need to do all that. Um,
Uh, what do you guys feel about like honey and stuff like that? Like, I've
honeys
heard
are
people say like they're taking like teaspoons of honey in like in the morning and stuff.
Organic. It has to be
organic
organic.
honey. So if you have allergies, that's the best. Like if you have seasonal allergies due to
Mm.
pollen, if you get organic honey from that area and actually take a teaspoon of it every day, that'll help with your allergies.
Yeah, you just gotta know your brand. You gotta make sure you
Yeah,
know
you
the
just have to
company.
know. Yeah, you just have to know which ones. The best place to go is usually farmers markets. If you have access to a farmers market that's local to you, it'll be the best thing. That'll be
Honey's
the
good.
best.
Honey's good. Agave is a good sweetener too. You know, like
Agave. Uh, Another thing that if you can get your hands on it, it is illegal to own the actual fruit here in the U.S., but you can get the drink. You want to get the one with the pulp is soursop.
oh my God.
Soursop is a natural antibiotic, or antioxidant. It's got anti-inflammatory properties to it. Just a bunch of just health benefits, and that's almost like a superfruit.
Well, don't forget about the anti-cancerous and how it can actually
Yep, it is anti-cancerous.
how could it does it gives cancer a 180 if you catch it at the right time.
Hmm. Yep, it does reverse. It does reverse that. So yeah, it is anti-cancer as well.
The leaves, I get the leaves from Puerto
Hmm.
Rico because it's grown in the rainforest. So I get the leaves and I make a tea with that, pineapple skin, ginger and lemon.
That part. See, I could probably do Orimiga's little morning routine and be fine. To be honest, they could probably be the only one that could do it.
You join the New York City Marathon if you eat what I eat. I'll tell you right now.
That's what I'm saying. I'd be like, oh man, I feel healthy as hell.
That shit will have you climbing fucking walls. Like, what the fuck just happened? Like, oh shit.
That part. That part. I was like that, and I'm already pescatarian. You don't beat that. I'm sorry.
No, that's awesome. That's awesome. You see, this funny thing is that castor oil, um, the way we've been indoctrinated, man. Like, yo, if you don't stop, we're gonna give you castor oil. I'm like, don't fucking threaten me with a good time. You understand what I'm saying? Like,
Hmm.
I, I drink the castor oil, right? Do you know that the castor oil does not get activated until you actually start becoming physical? You start jumping around or moving around or doing sit-ups. It doesn't activate, you know?
Hmm. Stays dormant.
It doesn't activate
Good
until
morning.
you start shaking around, you know? Yeah, that was my
Hmm.
daughter. She gotta go to school. Thank God.
I try to give you a follow, AJ, but you private.
Oh no, you good. I'll accept it when I get off here.
I know worries.
I keep my account private because I've got a few psycho people who like to stalk me.
Just a few.
Yeah, there's probably more than a few. There's a lot of them that actually be stalking me on here.
Shit,
So,
my DMs be lit, bro. I've had so many young
oh,
people attack me and say, "Are you a sugar daddy?"
yep.
don't even get me started on that. Oh my
But,
god.
but I, I
I
I
wish it
tell
was
I tell
just
them first though. I tell them first. I'm like, let me see the goods first. Let me give a sample, and then we'll see if I'm a sugar daddy.
I get that every now and again, but I like to throw them off by telling them, no, I'm not a sugar daddy. I'm a Splenda daddy.
Be like, I
Splenda
drink
only.
Crystal Light.
I'm not Crystal Light daddy. What's up?
Like I may be like the only person in the world that I'm like, please don't send me your nudes. I'm like, no, stop it.
It's
No, I
wild,
say it all the time.
especially on Facebook. Oh my.
Dude, I
Nah.
get it on all social media. Messenger, Instagram, Snap, TikTok. Like, no, just no.
Yeah, I've switched all those to the only people that can message me as if we're mutuals. Other than that, you can't message me. I turned that function off. Hell no. I need everybody and their mom just randomly messaging me. I
Oh,
was like,
but the worst ones are the ones that are ugly.
the
It's
worst ones are the ones that are unwanted, which in my case is damn near everybody.
All of
'Cause
it.
I'm not trying to mingle.
I'm just saying, yo, some of them be having one eyebrow,
It's not the one.
like missing part of their lip, you know what I'm saying, like half a cheekbone. Like, what the fuck, man?
Not the one.
Damn it.
Like,
Like
for me,
eating a sandwich, eggs dripping down the fucking mouth. I'm like,
that's so weird. Yeah. I don't know. I used to have them open to everybody, and then I don't know. I don't know if it was just because I started going on more lives on here that I just started getting really weird shit. I had people trying to shoot their shots, sliding in my DMs, this,
it's
that, and the
getting worse.
third, and I'm like,
AJ, it's getting worse. It's getting worse. It's getting
It
worse.
is.
oh, I believe it, and I'm glad I shut them off because it's political season, and I don't want to hear all the dumb shit. I don't want to hear about it.
Mama
I don't care.
stories. Good morning.
I don't care. Like y'all already know my. If you know me, you know my stances on it. Like I'm not having that conversation. I'm not having
Like
that conversation.
I'm not really political at all, and so I try to avoid the political and the religion. Just because there's too many views.
Oh, that's
So
good. Less stress
Yeah,
on your part, my
smart.
brother.
That's smart. Trust me, I
you
do the
know,
same.
I don't have
I'm
those
like,
conversations because many people are not educated enough to have that conversation.
I have
right?
those conversations selectively with certain people. Other than that, I do not have that conversation because, again, at the end of the day, I don't care about either political side. I hate the entire government. I'm an equal opportunist. I hate all of them. Like it is what it is.
I like money. That's what I like.
I'm like the only thing I care about
That's
is
that's
Cause,
fine. That's fine for sure.
yeah. I was like I'm more into protecting my own peace, and again, a lot of
right?
people, especially on here, everybody's TikTok indoctrinated. Everybody has some sort of fucking degree. Everybody's a master of psychology.
You
Fucking
mean
over
the
it.
TikTok University, huh?
Yeah, TikTok University. Like I'm
you know,
over
I
the
t-
TikTok University.
like I tell everybody, like if you having some type of issue mentally and stuff, you need to go talk to a professional. Hey, don't listen to people on here
That part.
because like I can listen. Like if you truly need to talk to somebody, I will listen to what you have to say.
Nah, I
Just
ain't doing that.
because I've just my past and stuff. Like I will if you are having a hard time and you need to talk to somebody, I will listen. And I'll tell everybody my phone number is in my bio. If you're a weirdo, I block you. No worries. I'm not even tripping.
Yeah. Nah, I think
But
that's fair.
like,
I
but
commend you for that one.
you
Not me.
know, but the first thing I'm going to tell you is you need to go see a professional because I got no degree. Like I got no degree.
See, but that's the thing, though. That's the thing. When you say the word professional to a person, um, the qualifier is not the education. Qualifier is the character and the intention of the professional. Because there's a lot of people out there that I think me and AJ know more shit about how to do shit. You know what I'm saying? Than they do because their
That's true.
character is so fucked up. And it's a very basic thing when it comes to psychology, and I know AJ will agree because we had the discussion 150,000 times.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's the point of psychology is to get you to hear yourself, to listen to yourself, to identify you. They don't
And
really give you advice. You know what I'm saying? That's the funny part. Understand?
I agree. I agree.
There's
But you
that.
can
There's
get that in so many different ways, though. It's
that's
You
the
my
more
whole
can.
advanced psychology people that'll take you to the next level. You know what I'm saying?
that's my whole point. But like again, therapy doesn't necessarily always mean talking to a professional. Therapy can be you going to the gym.
It could go. It could be
That's
you
true.
going to the bar.
Therapy
How
could
about
be you
that?
listening to
You could
music.
learn a lot
Therapy
from
could
a
be you going to the
bartender.
bar. That
You
part,
you
like
could A bartender could give you a couple of good nuggets because they speak to so many people. They are exposed to so many different personalities, so many different. But the what leads to that is all the same. That's the funny shit about it. So you'd be surprised, man, what a bartender could actually tell you.
that part. And I keep trying to tell people that I'm like, you therapy could be a many different things. It does not always mean that talk to a professional. But again, I don't understand how you have a psychology degree, but you out here diagnosing people. Those are two different fields of study.
True.
Mhm.
I'm tired of pointing that one out, but it's okay. I'm gonna let people talk and
They're
show
not
their
gonna
whole ass
listen.
on here.
They're not gonna listen to you.
That's my whole point. That's the reason why I just mute and I just sit here with my popcorn
Watch the show.
and I just
Yeah,
watch the show go down.
they start
Cause
they start talking about the history of mental health, and I'm like, wow. I mean, it's not a long one.
it's really not. It's actually kind of new. Not that long.
I mean, the FBI didn't even accept mental health as a problem until what, the 50s, the 60s? So that's when the conversation first started coming up.
It wasn't until the 70s, technically.
So that's wild, bro. I mean, they didn't accept that in the BU and the CIA and all these other psychological like
But
divisions.
they're not really a good, I guess, to me, they're not really a good example because if you think about it, they also use, what is it, like, witness,
Mm,
witness lineups. And we
hmm
all know that those are the most unreliable things ever. Like,
Well, that shit
Hmm.
is so antiquated, man.
that part.
Well,
Like, it's,
the same thing with PTSD. It only until recently, like 20 years, they really like started focusing on that subject and stuff.
yeah. And that's the thing. Like, I have CPTSD, right? Actually diagnosed. And they still don't even know what the hell that is, really. They just know it's complex. They just don't know. They're still figuring that out. So, like, when it comes to psychology and psychopathy, there is no mastering it as long as there's human beings are going to be on this planet. It's ever evolving. There's no, I've
Hmm.
mastered psychology. Like any idiot that's like, oh, I've mastered psychology. You're an idiot. No, you didn't. To say that you've mastered psychology is saying that you've mastered humanity.
That's so wild. That is so wild. Psychology is such an open-ended discussion, so many
Yeah.
different varieties, so many. I mean, look, I'd rather study mathematics because I think that we have a mathematical equation to every situation, and I think that that's how you find a solution.
So Hermika's more of the code kind of guy. I get
A-
it.
All day,
You're the
It is.
code.
all day, because
I
you
always
have to
find
know your body, right? You have to know your brain, right? You have to know how you function, right? You have to understand what triggers you and what propels
Yep.
you and what holds you back, right?
that part. And for those of
Hmm.
you who don't know what the code is essentially, it was essentially, what was it? It was basically like it was theorized that there is a magic code, not a magic code, but there's a code to everything, right?
Hmm
To the way tree, how many leaves grow on a branch, how many branches grow on a tree,
hmm
to DNA, to snowflakes, how many points are on a snowflake. That's what that code detects. That's what it comes up with.
That's a
That's what
tough
the code
area.
is. It's
That's
mathematics.
that's very tough to do because you have so many people that think
Mathematics.
that they know shit and they don't know shit.
Mm-hmm. But that's, you see what I'm saying? But that's the thing. Like when people sit there, oh, I want to have intelligent conversations. That is an intelligent conversation.
Right.
It's not in there. It's listen. I don't frown upon nobody. You know what I'm saying? I always say this to people.
Mm. Intelligent
Just
conversations is not Will Smith and Jada. I can tell you that.
well, no, no, not at all. You know, keep my wife's name out your mouth.
Damn it.
I had to point that one out because I am so tired of hearing those two. I'm so tired of pointing out. Well, you ain't got shit in common with neither one of them. Why do you care?
Isn't it
Why
so
do you
Right.
care?
sad, man? That is so
Or
sad,
or
man.
or how many new followers homeboy from the Chiefs has now because of Taylor Swift. Like, I don't give a
Oh
damn.
no!
I
Oh
don't
no!
care.
Right. Bro, like,
Like,
why y'all care about movies like that? But
They,
no,
they,
apparently
they,
that's intelligent conversation. So I don't.
right?
And
Taylor
everybody be
Swift.
wondering why I come in and ask questions. Why AJ always come into lives and just start asking questions? This
Why
is
not?
why. Okay, y'all misuse words all the damn time. You misuse words. You point out and definitely tell me a lot of the time that you don't know how to read. Like, I don't.
I don't understand that, AJ. Why is it that people won't go back and take a basic English class? A basic English class. English 100, English 101, English 1A, whatever.
Like
Nobody
how the
enunciates, nobody pronounces, nobody can could put a sentence together. Like what the fuck, man?
people can't. Well, think about it. I mean, it's true. That's the reason why you can't use analogies. People get stuck on the semantics of the analogy.
Because they're
If you
repeating
want to,
everything that they hear in every fucking room.
because
They're not
everybody
doing the
talks in sound bites.
research. They're not doing
Because
the research. They're
because
just repeating.
but why do the? But again, it kind of goes back to I was having a conversation with my mom earlier where we were talking about that because she called me, right, and I'm also a musician, so she was like, hey, so AI is taking over music, like, how do you feel about that? And I'm like, it's not shocking to me at this point. I was like, what's the point of for a young person? What's the point of learning an instrument, going through the pain of learning an instrument when AI can just do that for you? Again, the technology has become, what used to be a tool is now becoming the standard. It's no longer a tool anymore. So I'm like, yeah, people don't have to work for things anymore. They don't know how. I was like,
It's not. It's not
they
the
don't know what
same.
it's like.
It's
You
not
know
the
what I mean?
same.
I was like,
That's how I
exactly.
feel.
But you and I, all of us know that because we grew up probably around actual music. If you ever listened to Pink Floyd, Led Zeppelin, any of these things, we know this, right? These people today, they grew up on Billie Eilish. What's Billie Eilish? She's a technical singer. I'll give her that. But for me, she makes depressing elevator music. The beats sound like elevator music, and she's just singing something sad over it.
My
What
Oh,
does that
brain,
count?
my brain and my soul does not allow certain octaves and certain melodies
Hmm.
to come inside. I can't be in a room where people don't speak. This is gonna sound really crazy, and I know you know what I'm talking about, AJ. When people
Hmm.
speak out of tune, like when their sentences do not match, when their tempo of the way they speak and their octaves do not match, I can't listen to them.
It throws me off. Yeah, it throws me off too.
mm-hmm.
But that's the thing when you have a whole generation. I mean, not even just generation. You have a whole bunch of people who only speak in sound bites. They only speak in
Uh,
sound bite. That's it. And so it's always weird and it's jumbled and it's a big game of telephone, right? Oh,
Yeah.
I heard Vermiga say this, so I'm gonna try to regurgitate it in the sound bite. And then the next person hears that, and then it's a big game of telephone. Next thing you know, by the time it comes back, you ain't even anything even close to what the hell you said. Like I didn't say that at all.
but how do you feel smart repeating something? I don't understand that.
Well, again, because it
Well,
sounds because
that's the
again, when people only care about being profound. How many people are constantly quoting some stupid quote, some stupid Facebook quote they read somewhere?
Well, how about when they say it
hmm
wrong and they're off by one word and it changes the entire sentence?
Again, when you don't read, you don't know how to articulate. If you don't read and write, you don't know how to articulate things. And can we honestly say people read and write? No, half the time they can't spell things correctly, and they take 20 minutes of airspace saying the exact same thing that maybe you had said, but because you didn't word it the right way, or you didn't word it or not the right way, you didn't word it the way they wanted to, now they want to argue. It's like y'all saying the
hmm
same shit. What did you
That
need 30 minutes of airspace for?
that's wild. That is so fucking wild, bro. When people don't understand about the English language is that the English language is one of the only languages that doesn't have accent. It doesn't even tell you how to pronounce a word. Every other language has accents. It tells you where to put the stress on the syllable. It tells you where to change the letter so it could sound like something else. And I'm like, So, and then there's 56 words that mean the same shit in the English language. Why? Because they want to confuse the shit out of you, bro.
That part,
Mm-hmm.
like, don't get me wrong, English is a very stupid language, but again, it's not impossible. Just read and fucking write.
But it takes so
Yeah.
long to be an
And
expert, especially if you have another language underneath.
but here's the thing, this is my fifth language, so what's the excuse?
Well, the more languages you know, the more intelligent you actually become, and the easier it is for you to understand language.
Maybe that's true, but I feel like
What languages
again,
you speak, AJ?
I speak Palauan, I speak Marshallese, I speak Japanese, and I speak Spanish.
There you go.
And English. So
See, I go to the other direction. You understand? I got Portuguese, Spanish, Italian, French, and German.
mm-hmm. See, so that's the thing that I'm saying, like, and the thing is that I'm not even that, like, in Spanish is probably one of the languages I'm the least fluent in. The least fluent, right? That doesn't mean I can't understand what you're saying. I'm just the least fluent in it, right? But that doesn't mean that I don't understand. Like, I could still get the gist and figure out and still flow with conversation. Like, that's not an issue. And depending on what dialect of Spanish you're speaking is different as well. Like, people, you know, the when Dominicans speak, yeah, right. I didn't get a damn thing. You speak too fast, right? Like, that's just way too fucking quick. Puerto Ricans, I'm
Puerto
getting
Ricans and
every other
Cubans
word.
aren't too behind that either.
Yeah, but I'm getting every other fucking word. If that, if I'm lucky.
Cubans, and you know that Cubans invent words while they're talking.
That too. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, you know, like, it's different, you know, but again, it's, I think, also what you have exposure to. But the thing is like, nobody taught me how to speak English. Like, I had to learn that, right? I had to learn, watching PBS. I had to learn what words were. I had to learn how to write. I had to learn how to read. You know what I mean? I had to understand. Like, it's not out of anybody's purview here, especially if English is your only language. There's no reason for you
Right.
not to know how to spell things or read things. Like,
Yeah, but you know what it is, that the English language is not absolute. In other words, it's not like it's not it's not how can I say this? It's not read friendly. English language is not read friendly, so it takes some type of critical thinking skills to understand the English language. Now, if you don't have any how can I say this? If you don't have emotional intelligence, then how do you have the patience to learn something? This is all fucked up, man. This is all fucked up.
well, I mean, it is for sure, but I mean, I'm always gonna chalk it up to, at this point, if English is your only language,
Then
right?
you
The
shouldn't
only
have any
language you
excuses.
speak,
You're right.
you have no fucking excuse.
You're right.
Okay. I learned how to speak English at least passable by the time I was 5, right? I was fully fluent in it by the time I was 6. So there's no excuse. I don't think that I'm smarter than anybody else or anything else. There's just no excuse for it. Like, at some point you have to adapt to it. Like, you live in this, like, how do you live in America, right? And you're
That's how I
from
feel.
America, you only speak English, and you can't read in English. Like, you're illiterate.
Yeah.
But then you want to
I'm
have intelligent, quote unquote, conversations because somehow you mastered psychology. I can't buy that when you can't read or spell correctly.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you
it's
can't read
there's
and
no
spell correctly,
connection. There's no
that's
connection. There's no real connection if you don't understand homonym, synonym, antonym. You know what I'm saying? If you don't understand the basic, then you ain't going nowhere. I'm sorry.
that part. And again, I don't necessarily give a shit about your punctuation. That's a whole other issue. At the end of the day, I can
Well,
care less about that. I just care about whether or not you can spell correctly and you can follow a conversation. The fact of the
don't
matter is let's call it. People can't follow conversations. The moment you bring up an analogy, everybody gets hung up on the analogy.
don't you
Or
love the
it's
grammar
simple.
police though?
That part.
Oh, my ex-wife was one of those. My
Oh,
ex-wife was one of
That
those.
shit is fucking annoying.
that part.
How about the people that when you're talking to them, you could tell that they're dying to interrupt you, and they eventually interrupt you and tell you, Hey, I'm sorry I had to interrupt because otherwise I would have lost my thought. I mean, then you're not fucking listening, bro. We're not having a conversation. You just want to get your point out there. You understand? Like, what the fuck is wrong
Yep.
with you?
No, you're not listening because all you're caring about is what you want to say.
Because they heard something on TikTok. Like, I heard something on TikTok the other day. They were just talking about that. I listened for 30 seconds and now I'm an expert.
Well, and this is the whole thing. Oh, well, this is why I have ADHD. I just can't. No, it's not an ADHD thing. I have ADHD. I
Oh,
don't have a problem following fucking conversation.
oh my God, that aggravates me to the point of I want to shake somebody when they say, "Oh, it's my ADHD brain."
No.
Man,
Okay.
almost everybody has ADHD, first and
Yeah,
foremost. You understand?
I've
That's
had
the
it.
funny
Everybody.
I've
part
had it
about it.
since
So,
I was 5 years old.
so here's the truth about ADHD. Okay. I'm probably gonna blow some people's fucking heads. Everybody at some point in their life will go through a bout of ADHD. I'm going to say that again for the people in the back. Everybody in their life will go through a moment of the symptoms of having ADHD. Okay? That doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to get that diagnosis, or nor can you diagnose yourself with having it.
Yes, yes, yes.
I've been diagnosed with ADHD and ADD when they were both separated
Yes,
when I was in elementary school.
yes,
Motherfucker, I have both. If I
yes.
can sit there and have a conversation and listen to what somebody has to say without interrupting, you can do the same shit.
Thank you. Oh my God,
Fuck.
that it irritates me so much when I hear that. I'm like, what do you mean your ADHD brain?
What?
That's
Like,
that's
And that's new.
that's
It's
that's
like,
another excuse
ooh,
to hide behind. That's another excuse to hide
right?
behind. So that then they tell you, hey, if you don't like me for who I am, then you don't have to be here.
you're right, I don't. But
Exactly.
then again, you came into my space, right? And this is what
Yeah,
you just found out. You came into my airspace. I wasn't fucking with you. You came over here and started some shit. Bye.
right.
The toxic motherfuckers, bro, they'll blame you for the shit that they don't understand.
It's the projection. How are you a master in psychology and yet you project like a motherfucker? And you can't
Right?
even recognize projection. Everybody else just projecting onto you when they call you out on your dumb shit.
But that's the thing. That's the thing. If you know teachers in school the way I know them and what they do at night and on the weekends, and if you know psychiatrists and psychologists the way I know them and how they
Mhm.
do at night and what they live three different lives. They're not who they say they are. They don't really believe in it because they're not living that life. And that's a fucked up leadership flaw. When you expect people to do shit that you're not even willing to do yourself, it just comes across as the wrong energy. You know what I'm saying?
That's why I
Mm-hmm.
don't practice in this fucking field. I don't believe in it. Okay, at the end of the day, do I believe that everybody has to have all these disorders and everything else? No. At the end of the day, here's the truth. This shit is written for people who are cookie cutter, and it's one mold. And if you don't fit, then there's something wrong with you. That doesn't make sense to me. We're all different people. We come from different backgrounds.
There's a question. There's a question in the panel. I know you're gonna touch this, AJ. So there's somebody that's asking, do we feel sorry or how do we feel about empathy? Empathy is another bounce word. It's another bounce word in social media. Like for instance, when women say, "You don't have empathy towards me," or when a man says, "You don't have empathy towards me," how can a man have empathy towards a woman without being a woman? Maybe we have sympathy, but this is almost impossible to have empathy for something that you don't know nothing about.
Well, and that's the thing, right? So if you look at the original context for the word empath,
Exactly.
empaths are just people who have empathy and can show empathy to another person. That doesn't necessarily mean that person's going to feel everything everybody else feels, right? I will have no idea. I can't have empathy for men. I'm a woman. I don't know what that's like. Being a man. I can sympathize, but those are the two
Yes.
words that get misconstrued and mixed up all the time.
Again, the
Empathy
English
and
language,
sympathy,
right?
Yep.
right? Well, part of
Okay.
that too is, again,
Uh,
people want to sound profound, and I don't know who lied to y'all and told you that complication equals sophistication, so let me use big words I don't understand
Well,
in order to get a
don't.
point across.
Well,
Like,
let's not start talking about ideology and methodology, right? We don't want to do that, do we?
that word. They go hand in hand, don't they?
Look, I want
mm-hmm.
people
Empathy.
to know empathy is a real thing.
Mm-hmm.
Empathy is a real. Empathy is definitely a real thing. And you
Yes,
can have some semi empathy, but that's more sympathy.
most of your supposed empathy is sympathy. You're
Yeah,
sympathetic towards another person. You're not empathetic.
Yeah, it takes a certain amount of experience. This is what I tell people how important experience is. Do you have to have experience in everything to give somebody good advice? No, you don't need to have or have gone through every hardship to teach someone something, right? But in its true essence, in its true form, you can't go that much deeper into the conversation.
That work. Well, and
So
that's
that's
like that's the whole thing. Like I keep trying to tell people, I'm like, you guys can't sit here and and claim, oh well, I empathize with you and that's why I can give you this advice. You can't empathize with everything. And at the end of the day, you can only empathize to a point. You're not that
yep,
person.
right,
Like,
oh, she threw another
right.
key. She threw another key word in there. Let's go into assumptions, and I'll give you my definition, and AJ throw something in there. My definition of an assumption is coming to a conclusion without the fact.
you said it
Now,
perfectly.
but here we go. Here's the thing. We have to assume sometimes. It's called forecasting. It's called budgeting. It's assuming that everything is going to be the same it was last year. And that's why people make mistakes because money is seasonal. You know what I'm saying? Money
Hmm.
goes up, money goes down. There's a lot of different factors, war, investments that go into it. So I say that assumptions are okay if you have some of the facts and you have some type of intuition and some type of good discernment and some type of you have to be well rounded in order to take that to a different level of a high probability. And so it's not that we could tell the future, it's just that we know what's likely to happen because we make sense of things.
Well, not only that, but as you get older, you can start to put things together based off of experience. Where things seem similar, right? When you're first going around in life, yes, you're going to hit a lot of firsts, right? I'm not saying that that older people are 100% right in calling everything out. That's not the case, right? Again, it's still it's foreshadowing. It is what it is, but there's certain things that you look for, right? So for example, when I'm looking at say money and economics, I start to notice certain trends that I know that economically this is what's going down. This can tell me what quarter we're in if I'm not paying attention. This can this pays you know what I mean? I can calculate these types of things based off of what's going on around me. That's what people are going to do. They're going to make the best decision off the information they have at that time. The problem nowadays is everybody wants to not ask questions.
We're living in a
Right?
world that has an abundance
So,
of information, yet we don't use it.
well, you have abundance of
Yes,
information, but you also have an abundance of misinformation at the same time.
Because they're quick to
yes.
pull the trigger. Let's go with that. Let's go with that. Let's go with that. What do you mean let's go with that? We don't have nothing yet.
Hmm. That's the whole point. So again, yes, we have a lot of information, we have a lot of misinformation, and a lot of things that a lot of people look up are things that they're looking for analytical answers to, that there's no analytics for it, right? So if you're looking up, say, a song from, I don't know, say Pink Floyd, and you're looking up a technical answer, yes, you'll get a technical answer. But
All
anybody
right.
who's an avid music listener will tell you music is expressive.
This this
Hmm.
this this lady is just throwing a whole bunch of subjects. I love it. Now she just said everyone deserves unconditional love. Let me give you my take on unconditional love. Love is not a verb. I mean, love is not a noun. Love is a verb. It's a verb.
Hmm.
It has to have action behind it in order to be true love. You can't just be saying that you love something and not demonstrate it in some way, shape, or form. So
Hmm.
again, not everybody deserves unconditional love because if you don't give unconditional love, why should you expect that?
The way I
So
see
love,
is people, I treat people how I would like to be treated.
that's
Doesn't
good.
necessarily have to be not necessary because I love them. It's just because I treat everybody with respect. Just because I would want everybody to treat me with the same respect I give them. That's it. I don't love
That
everybody.
that word love gets thrown
I
around
think
a
the
lot.
problem with unconditional love, I feel like the
Good.
thing with unconditional love, I think that there's unconditional love when it comes to certain people, right? So when
Yeah.
it comes to children or parents or people who are in a sense God given to you, yes, you'll have unconditional love for them. Everybody else, let's be real, we love with conditions, right? It's transactional anymore these days, right? We all want unconditional love. We want somebody to love us unconditionally, right? But do we love everybody else unconditionally? No,
I
it
don't
comes with
I
conditions.
don't love anybody unconditionally. You know why? Because you can't go into first of all, I lead with love. I lead with love. That's something that I changed a
Mhm.
long time ago. I lead with love. I come to you with the purest of intentions, and I come to you as transparent as possible. I
Yeah,
lead with
you guys will
love.
have to read the comments because I can't see them.
I see it. I lead with love because I want people to be in a place where they feel safe. You know what I'm saying? Where they can talk to me, where they can open up, and we can get down to the truth of what the fuck the problem is. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
but
So
I don't
that's
think
why I
you
do
know.
that.
Yeah,
And
and for me, I don't necessarily think that you need love, right? I don't need to love somebody to create a safe space for them to come talk to me. I don't have
right?
to love you for that, right? That's just something that either I choose to do or whatever else. But for me, like I said, when it comes to other people, we love with conditions, right? It's
Yes.
But
all
there's
conditional.
nothing wrong with that. That's
And
not,
there's
you're
nothing
supposed to
wrong
have
with it.
conditions, though.
That's the whole point. At the end of the day, I feel like the only person that I can truly unconditionally love is myself because I have to deal with me every single day,
And
right?
honestly, I feel like the love word gets thrown around so much to everything. Like
Oh,
it's just attached to everything. Oh, I love that, or I love this, or I love them, or
And the same for the word family also. Love and family,
family,
yeah,
which
friend.
that's my family. I'm like, hold up a second. That's another action word. Listen, let me tell you something. Not even my blood family gets to be called family unless they put the work in to deserve that title.
Okay.
I don't care who you are, my mother, my daughter, my brother. Doesn't matter who you are. You act up, you will be dealt with. All that unconditional shit goes out the door. I still love you, but the conditions are that we're going to a place where we can communicate, where we can get along and we can coexist. Because if you're making it too hard for me to love you, I just fucking won't.
That part. If you're, yeah, exactly. If you're on that fuckery, I don't want to deal with you. I don't want
yeah,
to.
dude. If you want some drama shit, I'm good. Like I don't want drama in my life. Like, but that doesn't mean I still can't. I still can't listen to you and give you a sympathetic ear, to hear what you need to say. I don't have to love you for that.
And that's like the whole thing, like I was saying before, and like Hormiga was saying, like if it's coming with too many damn conditions,
Yeah.
that's what the hell, right? Like that's the equivalent of that stupid saying that went on years ago. People kept saying, if you can't love me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best. Keep your fucking best. Keep your keep your one day. Okay, I don't want your 365. That's too much. I'm not inclined to it. So no. When it comes to
I,
unconditional love,
Yeah.
it's that whole emotional intelligence, man. And I keep trying to tell people, I'm like, listen, if you are reacting, it's almost too late. I try to catch my thoughts at the gate before they become feelings. I don't let feelings attach to my thoughts. My thoughts are my thoughts. And again, for those people that are overthinking all day and try to solve problems at night before you go to sleep, let me just tell you how impossible that is. And second of all, you should only be thinking during certain things, and that's planning, problem solving, and creating. Are you problem solving, planning, and creating all day? No. Where the hell is the execution to all these things?
see, and this is the thing, right? So, at least in Asian teachings, they teach you to be mindful. Have a hobby, have something that you can do something with your hands. Move, right? Create
Hmm.
something, paint something, do something, right? They don't do this because yes, distraction is important, but that level of distraction, you'll find yourself fine tuning in your thinking. Then next thing you know, you're not overthinking everything because now you have another thing that you need to worry about. Oh, I should finish that painting, right? The problem is that everybody overindulges in negative thoughts. Oh, I'm feeling depressed. Okay, let me overthink that. Oh, I'm feeling this way. Let me overthink that. Don't overthink and don't overindulge in the negative thought.
Hmm.
A lot of
Come up with
control
a
with
way to
that.
pull yourself out. It's you have to control your mind. The problem is everybody lets their mind control them. Your mind can't control you. You have to control it.
Yep.
That sounds like that shit we said before. Let's just go with that.
Yeah,
Hmm.
exactly.
I'm good
So
with that.
Okay.
yeah,
Find a fucking
right.
hobby. Like to be honest, that's the only thing I can think of. Oh, I overthink. Trust me, I used to call myself an overthinker all the time. Till I found hobbies. don't fucking do that shit anymore. Got other shit to worry about.
Yeah, I mean the whole thing again. Love is earned. You want me to call you family? Then you have to treat me accordingly. Like what the gentleman said, Hanson. He said, I'm gonna treat you the way I want to be treated, or I'd rather say I'm gonna act apropos to what the situation is,
Uh-huh.
because you can't always be nice. Sometimes you have to meet energy with a different type of energy and tell this energy, listen, I'm ready to go if I have to. It's not my preference, but don't get it twisted. You know what I'm saying? Like
That's
let's
that's
let's
right.
let's go. Let's go.
Well, but not only that, the thing is that nobody, at least for me, nobody has a permanent seat in my life, right? At
Mm-hmm.
any moment, I'm the CEO. I will fire you, demote you, hire
Right.
you, promote you.
Come on, come on,
Nobody
come
has
on, AJ.
permanent,
Come on,
dog.
AJ. Send them back to training. Give them a
Like
chance. Send them back to
nobody
HR.
has that. Like you are again. Everybody always wants to control everything, and the only things that you control is you, and you control the people that are in your life, and that's easy,
Yep.
right? I
That's
understand
a
it's easier said than done, but at the same time, like I said, you can fire, demote anybody, right? I don't care
yep.
if you're God given to me or not. That doesn't mean that you have permanent placement in my life. Okay, I could still love you, but I'll love you from a distance. You can go the fuck over there.
People are a revolving door. They come and go.
That part. Like,
That's what I.
and to
That's
think that people shouldn't leave, like, because I'm so tired of hearing that too. Oh, people always leave. Did it ever occur to you that that person also has their own life? Are they supposed to sit here and twiddle their thumbs while you figure out your shit? No, they got their own lives. They got their own things that they need to get done. They have their own feelings, their own thoughts.
it's all about rhythm. It's all about energy, vibration. It's all about there's certain people that you could sit next to them and you don't know what's going on. They're not saying a word. They don't smell. Nothing. There's nothing that you can figure out. It's just that that person's energy is so far out there, so fucked up that it just makes you feel like shit.
That part.
Also, so you think that's how also marriage too. Like people give me a lot of shit because I divorced. I'm like, okay, you didn't know the situation, and honestly, me and my ex-wife are better friends now than when we were married, and I'm good with
That
that.
that happens a lot.
Like you don't
That
like a
happens a
lot.
lot.
You don't, and I was like, it drives me nuts. For like, oh well, why did you fight? I did fight. I fought for 22 years. I
Yeah,
couldn't fight no more. I left for my own peace, and now we have peace,
but
and
at
we
the end of the
good.
day, the problem with people is that people always think about it. Yes, when these situations are brought up after the fact, right? So take your divorce. Everybody likes to talk in hypotheticals. Hypothetical
Hmm.
situations, you can control all the variables. In real life situations, you can't control all variables. You just have to roll with it.
That's funny.
That's
You
the
Yep.
said
part
that.
people
That's
miss.
that's that's funny. You said that. You already noticed that I'm a coder, right? So let me give you the code for this. When you add another human into your equation, they are a variable. You're the constant. They are the variable. At any point, they'll switch up on you, and you can't do shit about
That part. So yeah, you could sit there and have hypothetical whatever. Okay, I have hypothetical rap battles in my damn shower every damn day. That doesn't
it.
mean I'm gonna win a rap battle.
I've been in therapy for about 20 plus years, so I'm not talking therapy. I've been in therapy, so
What's talking therapy?
she does Jamie T. She says, "Have you guys try therapy, not talk therapy?" I'm like, I'm in there. I'm currently in
Um,
therapy. Matter of fact, I have my therapist calling me at 11 a.m. today, so I can talk to her.
yeah, no, I mean I've done different types of therapy. I think talk therapy has probably been the best for me. Um, Again, I don't like the other stuff. Now, am I currently in therapy? No. I've literally, again, for me, therapy is a temporary thing. Therapy is there to help you when you need help to get through something. It is not supposed to be permanent.
No,
It
not
is not
permanent, but
trying to
it, it
be
but it, but it takes
terminated.
people a little bit longer than others because they don't grasp the
Hmm.
internalization and the individualism of it. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Like,
Yeah,
okay,
but it's
my
like a.
ther my
Oh, go ahead.
my my therapy is, like, yeah, I fully really, but I'm in therapy for my reasons. and stuff. But I've also been in therapy from where I started in my journey till now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a million times different from when I first started and stuff, to where I'm gonna trying to help, and put a message out there to other people, that they feel like they can't talk about it, or it's not okay to talk about it, you
I
know,
hear it. I hear it in your voice, bro. Yeah, I
Well,
hear
but
it in
you
your
that's
know.
voice.
yeah, and like I said, I agree with you. But definitely for me, it was very much I didn't want to be permanently in therapy, right? So yes, have I been in and out of therapy? Yes, at different points in my life because I needed help, right? Whether that was grieving, the grieving process, whether that be something I was going through, whatever it is, right? I used it for that. To me, therapy is just a tool, right? That's like me walking around with a hammer, and I don't have any reason to be walking around with a hammer. Like that's kind of how I see it. I
Yeah,
It
use the
right.
could be
tool for
it
its
could be
intended
it
purpose,
could
and
be
then I move on.
intimidating. It could be
Yeah,
intimidating.
yeah, yeah. If I need to be intimidating, but what do I need to go to the bank with a hammer for? It's
Oh
weird.
well, they'll definitely
Whew,
call the cops on your ass.
that part.
But
Like, okay, what do you what hold on, this Jamie wants to know, is there a reason you guys won't fully share your reason for going?
for going to
What do you want,
Um,
therapy.
Jamie? What do you want to know?
Well, he
I'm an
said,
open book.
let me throw something in there. Maybe this will help the conversation a little bit. My advice for mental health is don't go to one source of
yes.
therapy. That's my advice. Don't just go to a psychiatrist or psychologist. Talk to a couple of life
Well,
coaches. Do some reading. Do some writing. Do some
Mm-hmm.
manifestations. Do some affirmations. Go to the fucking gym. Eat right.
that's a form of
Because your
therapy.
mental problems could be a chemical imbalance from the food that you're eating because you're eating allergic food. So
Mm-hmm.
before you go jump off a cliff and say you have mental problems, start looking at the physical elements to this. Because a lot of
Mm-hmm.
people don't understand that the food that they keep feeding us or the food that you keep buying is what's keeping you in a mental state of mind where you can't fucking think or process a thought.
That's true. But I think so the thing for me is like I said, I've been in therapy for multitude of things, whether it was, I was dealing with a traumatic event, to dealing with my own sexuality, to dealing with um grieving, the multitude of reasons of why I went into therapy. I don't think that there's a particular reason why somebody needs to go to therapy or why a person doesn't. I think at the end of the day, if that's the avenue you choose to take, do your research into the person you're talking to. Because again, as much as everybody claims to be a goddamn psychology, or everybody's a master of psychology on here, what they fail to specify is that there's specifications within it, right? So, for example, somebody who does have an actual master's degree in this shit, my specified thing in psychology is child psychology and early development, right? I can't necessarily talk to adults about a lot of things. What would be geared for in the professions that I would get into would be things dealing more with children, right? Kids on that matter, being a school counselor. Those are the things that I can sue for based on that qualification. But within psychology, there are certain things that people will specify in. So I've talked to people who specify in strictly trauma related things. I've talked to people who strictly only deal with grieving in the death process. These
Mm-hmm.
are things that are specified things of study. Anybody
Right.
who's just a blanket therapist, that doesn't fucking exist.
Well, that's the funny thing about it. That's the funny
Yeah.
thing because my strength is in relationships, right? That's where my
Yes,
strength is. So
yes,
so I try to tell people that when you go to, you have to have a purpose and you have to have a clear line of thought of what you're trying to accomplish when you go to therapy. Some people just want relief.
yep.
Some people want to release. Some people don't want answers. They just want to be heard. Some people need a whole fucking protocol, a
But
whole life
that's
change. You understand? So that's wild.
yeah, but that's
Right.
the thing. If you're going to the wrong therapist because they don't specialize in the thing that you need to vent about or get off your chest, they're not going to be able to help you anyway.
But that's the
Right.
same way that people have one look. People go into one relationship and they think that every man is the same way, every woman is the same way. They're not the same
Right.
thing, the relationship that you have with your therapist. Every therapist is the
Right.
same way. Listen, if the therapist is not working, step to the next one. Do some
Change them.
research.
Yeah,
Th- th-
that's just all it is. Like I said, like for me, it's very much that. Like you have to do your research. You gotta know.
Here,
Go ahead, Hanson.
Jamie says, it just sounds like you guys don't have a good friend to me. I don't. Let's see. I can't read the.
I get what she's saying.
No,
She's
I
going.
can't read
I
it.
got
So what
plenty.
she
I
say?
got plenty of friends. I got plenty of
No,
good
no.
friends.
What'd she say?
She says
Maybe
it sounds
she might not
just.
be writing it the right way. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
What does it
But
Like
say?
you want.
Hold on. What does it say? Because I can't see it.
Yeah. It says, it just sounds like you guys. She says, okay, now she puts something. Says therapy can't just be. I can't tell. The lights and his background are just because I have the Prince Little. My bad. But no, I have plenty of good friends, Jamie, and stuff. And also, what you said before, you need someone that loves you. That's not always the case either.
At the
Just
end of the
because,
day,
being love is important, but the most important love is the self love. That's that 80/20.
yes,
You know what I'm saying?
yes,
so I think that's the point, right? Like I used to be somebody who looked for that externally because I didn't have a lot of self-love. I had a lot of self-loathing.
And that gets
Now,
you more lost. That gets you
and
more
that's the
lost.
thing, right? So now, right, I've found myself. I found ways into loving myself, giving myself grace. And again, it's not an easy path. It sounds easy, but it's not. At the end of the day, I have found probably more solace in that. And I've never felt more whole doing that. Is when I gave it to myself, when I was just like, damn, you gotta love yourself before you can love other people.
Look, let's take it to the most basic level. And this is what I preach all the time. We have lost the fundamentals and the basics of life. Okay,
Um,
people want to be more advanced without taking the baby. You have to crawl before you walk. And I tell my daughter this all the time. Learn how to do it right first before you put your own twist to it.
mhm.
Understand?
right,
Learn as much information as you can before you start talking about it. Before you pray, how do you not believe? If that's what you do. You know what I'm saying? It's not the answer for everyone. Everybody has a different makeup, a different mathematical equation.
Mhm.
Find out what triggers you, what bothers you, and why. You know what I'm saying? Like you
mm-hmm,
have to go deep within yourself, do the shadow work, visit your child again. There's so many things that you have to do depending on how far off you've gotten from yourself as an individual.
Oh yeah.
very true, very true.
Well, and that's like the thing, right? Like, going back to the unconditional love thing, like I spent a lot of years because I was looking for love externally. I spent a lot of years getting mistreated by people who I was trying to show unconditional love to. That didn't mean that I deserved that treatment. It deserved that I needed to stay there. But in order
That
for them to not treat me that way, it took me to have to leave and start putting up the boundary of you're not going to treat me like shit.
that's funny.
You can go
As
over
soon
there.
as you said that, and yeah, as soon as you said that, what came to my mind was looking for love in all the wrong
Wrong
places. Looking
places.
for love.
Hmm.
Great song. It's a great song.
Great song. But yeah, it's the
It's a
same
great
thing.
song. It's a great song.
I think Buckwheat killed it though. That was the best version of it. That's
Hell
the
yeah.
Buckwheat version.
Best version. But
See,
that's
that's
the
the
thing.
thing. That's the thing. And I'm gonna dedicate this thing I'm gonna say to her. It's real simple. At the end of the day, without self-validation, you're going to be looking at external sources to validate or to acknowledge everything that you do. And if you do as much as you can for yourself, you don't even need it. If you're pouring into your own cup, you don't need other people's acknowledgement or acceptance because one of the biggest parts of becoming an adult is the level of acceptance. If you don't know how to accept shit, you're in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Big trouble, not just regular trouble, big trouble. Because now you're going to have a problem or you're going to be the anti person. Well, I don't like that. I don't like this. Well, that's not right. That doesn't sound good. Okay, do you not understand that we're saying the same shit? We're just using different words?
Hmm.
It's
I like
too
that I
Facts.
can't
easy.
see the comments. I have no idea what's being said.
No, I'm saying she's throwing a lot out there, and believe me, as fast as she can type it, we can answer it because we've had this conversation for years. Just here on TikTok. Imagine before TikTok. You know what I'm saying? So I've been through
I
a lot
know,
of
Right.
but I
shit.
can't see
You know
it.
what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, the live. Well, the thing is it reset, and if I drop, I can't let myself back up because Kevin's asleep.
Yeah,
Oh, damn it.
So
Kevin be
I'm
out.
stuck because I'm the only person who can bring people up or drop them.
Oh, okay.
So I'm stuck. That's why I'm like I can't just drop and reset. So I can't. That's why I'm like I don't know what's being said in the comments. So I don't know.
She said you must look within. She's kind of going with the flow of the conversation. She's kind of
No, no,
acknowledging some of the things
Jamie's
that we're
cool
saying,
people.
you know?
If it's Jamie T is good people.
Yeah, Jamie T is
Yeah.
cool. I remember her.
Yeah.
Is Charlene here? Charlene, good morning.
Yeah, Charlie.
Charlene is a
Yeah.
holistic doctor. She's a gut expert. She knows all about that minerals and vitamins and all that. She's helped me so much with my gut health. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I put castor oil inside my belly button so that it can hold. That's
Jamie
when
wants to
you.
know if you can host your own live.
Me?
AJ, yeah.
I mean, I definitely could.
We tried to get AJ to do this for a long time.
I mean, I can go
I
live. That's not a big
can
deal.
go live as well. It's not a big deal.
You should.
Yeah.
You
If you
should.
guys, if everyone wants to hop over, I can go live.
I mean, if that's what you want to do, I'll do it for a few. I'm getting dressed
Yeah.
and ready to go to the gym, so I'll rock with you for a few. That's not a big deal.
Yeah, we can do that. That's fine. I
I'm
mean,
saying,
my account is privated, so I don't know how many people are gonna be able to go in, but I can host live.
well,
Do you want to do it? Do
yeah,
you want me? Do you want to
I'll
do
do it because I'm public, so anybody
Okay.
could hop in.
Okay. So before you drop, everybody go ahead and follow Hanson, and we're gonna run over to his live.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, I'm exiting out.
All right.
Go for it.
Okay. I'm gonna exit to.